Good afternoon. For the benefit of the record, this regular meeting of the Orange County Board of Education is called to order on this good day of July 7th, 2021. The time is now about 2:30 p.m. And Nina, will you begin us with roll call?
Trustee Gomez. Present. Trustee Shaw.
Here.
Vice President Barkey.
Present.
President Williams.
I am here.
And Trustee Sparks is absent, but will be joining us later.
Later on. She is out of the country at this time. I will make the motion to adopt today's agenda. I'm going to be making some changes to it. To begin, we're going to be removing number 9 from the agenda here. We've been asked to remove the material revision from Isaac. And then what I'd like to do with the consent of the board is to move on board action item number 15 so it's correlated with the discussion and on number 8, which is the Isaac update, so we can take both items up at the same time.
I'll second your motion.
Okay,
If
so
it
we
needs a second.
have a second and a motion. Any discussion?
So we're gonna move item 15 along with 8, is that the same?
Yeah, just like we did last time, so we can continue with the conversation.
Okay, good, that's fine, thank you.
Okay, and then number 9 has been requested by Isaac to be removed from the agenda. Okay, so any other questions? Barring none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Motion passes 4-0 with 1 abstention, that being Dr. Sparks. Okay, moving on to the welcome. Nina? Anybody to introduce? Welcome?
No one to introduce
Okay.
today.
And public comments for closed session, do we have any?
I've received none for closed
Received
session.
none. Very good. Okay, so to our guests who are here, who know the process, who have been here before, thank you for coming. Thank you, Mr. Nguyen, for coming, representing your child. And typically for these closed meetings, we have a facilitator that directs us through the process, and today that's Jamie Parsons. So Jamie, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Dr. Ken Williams, members of the board, Associate Superintendents Nina Boyd and Renee Hendrick. My name is Dr. Jamie Parsons. I'm the Director of the Learning Supports Unit here at the Orange County Department of Education. This is an interdistrict appeal hearing for Catherine Nguyen, who will be in the 9th grade for the 2021-22 school year. The date is Wednesday, July 7th, and the time is approximately 2:33 p.m. This is an open hearing. On June 4th, the Placentia Yorba Linda School District upheld the denial of the interdistrict transfer request for Catherine to attend Troy High School, a school in the Fullerton Joint High School District. The home school for Catherine is El Dorado High School in the Placentia Yorba Linda Unified School District. The reasons for the interdistrict transfer request are in your materials. Also, the procedures have been provided to all parties. Therefore, we will waive the reading of those procedures since all parties have had a chance to review them. At this time, I would like to introduce the participants of this hearing. Representing the family today, we have Mr. Nguyen Nguyen. Representing the school district is Rick Regal, Administrator of Student Services, Chris Hertzfeld, Principal of Valencia High School, and Jamie Jauk, Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Secondary. Also in attendance today, Jeff Riel, General Counsel, Orange County Department of Education, Gregory Rowland, Legal Counsel for the Board, Jaru Sisavath, Executive Secretary for the Board, is not here today, and the media team who will be facilitating the virtual platform and recording of today's hearing. The County Board has thoroughly reviewed the packet of documentation that the parent and district submitted. Each party has the procedures in front of them and the allotted time frames for each party to speak. The time will not be monitored by a light timer today, but instead you will receive a verbal cue or hand signal when your time is up. When you are informed that your time has expired, please finish your last sentence and then stop. We'll begin the proceeding. Representing the student today and the Nguyen family, Mr. Nguyen, you may address the board for up to 3 minutes.
That's
You may
fine.
begin.
My daughter wants to attend a high school that offers challenging academic programs while providing her with opportunities to explore studies in the field of design, which focuses on industrial design and architecture. Study fields that blend arts and engineering. She also wants to continue developing her leadership skills by exploring studies in government leadership. She from Troy High School offered the Cambridge program and the Tech Pathways in Engineering Design and Government Leadership with the ROTC program. PYUSD does not offer the blended engineering design pathway. Not only that, PYLUSD does not offer these academic pathways at a single high school. So we follow the district appeal process. We submitted a request, the request process. We submitted the request on March 12th and were told that we'll be notified within 30 days of the decision. After 4 weeks, we called and were told we will get notified once the request is reviewed. We continue to call every week, and on April 23rd, got a verbal denial from Mr. Rick Regal. The reason for the denial was because Fullerton does not release students to PYUSD. We were told that we can send our daughter to a private or charter school, and that stunned me. And we were told to start the appeal process by meeting with Valencia High School principal. After a few attempts to contact VHS principal, on May 25th, we met with Mr. Hartsfeld and counselor, Mr. Stanley, and an assistant principal. The principal said he does not make decision on releasing students. So I asked, what is the real reason for the district not releasing students? Mr. Stanley said, it's $8,000 per student. Mr. Hertzfeld said, it's politics with history. I don't believe these are legitimate reasons. As for joining the ROTC program while enrolling the Cambridge program, I was told my daughter will be bused from to VHS after 0 period, ROTC from another school. We don't believe that will work for us. And we also don't want our daughter to start every busy, long school day in a hectic manner. My daughter and I had a phone call with Mr. McLendon on June 2nd. Later that day, at the Girl Scout Award meeting ceremony, we met the parents of my daughter's friend who also requested a transfer to Troy. The parents told us that their request was granted even without meeting with Valencia principal. They said meeting with Valencia principal was a waste of time. And they just talked directly with Mr. McLendon. We received a denial letter on June 4th. We were disappointed and felt disrespected.
Mr. Nguyen, can you finish your last sentence?
Yes. It's apparent to us that decision rests solely with Mr. McLendon, and it's very arbitrary.
Thank you. Placentia Yorba Linda Unified School District, you may now present to the board for up to 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, board members. We appreciate your time for this appeal for parents in our district. Education Code 48200 states that students are to attend the district in which they reside. Education Code 46600 sets up provisions for agreements on transfers between districts, but Fullerton and Placentia have not done this, as Troy High School and Valencia High School are only about a mile apart, and both have technology, international baccalaureate, and Cambridge programs. California law does not provide for open enrollment for public schools because of the numerous complications this creates. As in this case, top students get to pick where they want to attend. Each year, the OCDE board hears new reasons why students want a new class or program at Troy, but the board has consistently held the line, which has prevented numerous other students coming here on appeal. We would not grant a transfer on the basis of a class or a teacher, as no two are exactly alike, and the student is still afforded a top educational opportunity in the district's resident school. Our district is proud to offer comparable programs to the Nguyen family that they're seeking. PYL-USD has worked diligently to provide outstanding schools and educational programs for our students. Our strategic plan, called PYL-USD Advantage, has led to all 4 of our high schools thriving and receiving numerous awards. Valencia High School has earned recognition as one of the top IB diploma schools in California, with an unmatched completion rate, including the most IB diplomas of any school in Orange County, public or private. We would ask the board to consider that Catherine was accepted and given classes at Troy without the district's consent or authorization. Troy's approach accepts only the very top students from other districts without equity or consideration for students from a broad range of needs and characteristics. This goes against the spirit and letter of the law in regards to interdistrict transfers in Orange County and across California. In response to the demand for the Cambridge program last year, Valencia underwent the rigorous process to qualify and will implement it on the campus this fall. Valencia boasts the top cumulative ranking of academic decathlon, chemistry Olympiad, and science Olympiad in Orange County for 7 of the last 8 years. During their final appeal meeting with the district, Catherine's father and Catherine twice indicated she was looking for the Troy Tech program with pathways in engineering, with depth in design technology and government leadership through NROTC. They stated these were the only 2 programs they were interested in at Troy, and there were no other reasons for the transfer request. When informed that both opportunities are afforded at Esperanza High School, they paused, and then Catherine added that she was also interested in Cambridge. She was not able to provide any reason why she had an interest in Cambridge. In regards to engineering, engineering standards are integrated in all the science courses. Moreover, students in robotics, mechatronics, physics, and environmental management directly apply scientific principles to real-world applications. Many VHS graduates go into civil, mechanical, or electrical engineering programs. Finally, we see it as critical that we have the
Thank you,
opportunity to
Mr.
serve
Riegel.
Catherine in our district.
Thank you, Mr. Riegel. Mr. Nguyen, you may have up to 2 minutes to make any closing comments.
I asked the board to overturn the PYUSD denial decision based on the following grounds. PYUSD does not offer all academic pathways at a single school. Transporting my daughter between school and during the middle of the day I just can't imagine how that's going to work. PYLUSD does not offer academic pathway in engineering design that blends arts and engineering with depth that my daughter wants to pursue. The decision from PYUSD sounds very arbitrary and questionable. But most important of all, I want to have my daughter attending the school that she'll be thriving and get supported from educators to challenge herself to pursue the academic and leadership excellence. Rivalry politics shouldn't be a reason to deny any child educational opportunity. Out of all people, educators should be encouraging and supporting children to achieve their academic potential instead of being a barrier holding them back.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. That concludes the presentation for the student. Mr. Riegel, the school district has up to 2 minutes to make any closing remarks.
The PYL-USD has a process to consider interdistrict transfers in which we hear and consider the request of the parents. In this case, the Nguyen family stated that they're interested in the Cambridge program. As previously stated, Valencia is proud to be a Cambridge International School and will gladly welcome Catherine into our Cambridge diploma cohort this fall. In addition to Cambridge, Valencia offers a robust technology magnet program. Students in Valencia's academy are afforded lucrative internship opportunities, which Catherine is seeking. Valencia's outstanding IB, Cambridge, and technology programs have been consistently determined by this board to be comparable to Troy's programs. In her reasons for requesting Troy, Catherine mentions wanting to explore her creative side through design courses. VHS offers a graphic design pathway in ValTech encompassing 3 levels of graphic design, including AP. Valencia also offers analog and digital photography to the AP level and a video production pathway for visual design. Our mechatronics and robotics courses cover the same concept as outlined in Troy's design technology courses, and we offer a networking pathway for computer systems design and application. Catherine's father stated that Catherine was seeking leadership through ROTC, although she has no interest in the military. While VHS does not have ROTC on site, a VHS student can take the courses at Esperanza High School. In addition, Valencia High School offers leadership training through ASB and a multitude of leadership opportunities through Link Crew, Student House of Representatives, School Site Council, or any of the myriad academic competition teams, sports, or clubs. In closing, we respectfully ask that the board deny the transfer on the basis that we offer the Cambridge Diploma Program plus the design classes and leadership opportunities that the Nguyen family is seeking. Students in Valencia's prestigious academy are afforded the same educational benefits and opportunities for admission to the most prestigious universities. We welcome the opportunity for Catherine to thrive amongst high achievers in our district schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hertzfeld. That concludes the presentation for both parties and completes this portion of the hearing. President Dr. Williams, you are now in charge of the hearing.
Very good. Thank you, Jamie. I'll start with the first question here. Mr. Nguyen, the Troy Tech program that you mentioned on page 3 here, your daughter's interested in engineering with a depth in design technology. How did you get that interest?
She's a very hands-on, artistic person that want to build things, right? And her brother went to Troy, and she saw what they did, and that's why she got a lot of. She's building things and making things all the time. She's not the type that would just sit there and draw things on the computer. She doesn't really like computer that much. But that's how she came up with this idea. And then she did talk with various people. A friend of ours is an architect, and I asked her, okay, talk to my friend and see how does that go. She's just exploring. She doesn't know what field, because architecture is something that I have no idea what is involved. Right? Does that answer your questions?
Sure. And to the district, what opportunities would you have in engineering and design technology at your facilities?
So as mentioned before, a good portion of our mechatronics and robotics pathway includes the same concepts that are covered in the design classes that are offered at Troy, including the substructure of SolidWorks as the primary vehicle for design work, which goes into everything from materials and design to prototyping, developing, marketing, and those kinds of activities. In looking at the course descriptions from IB Design Technology, there's a solid overlap with our mechatronics honors program of the concepts that are covered in their design courses. We build bridges, we build robots, we prototype, and we test our prototypes. We use 3D printers, we use SolidWorks, we use CAD, and all of the elements of design and prototyping and manufacturing that you would find over there, as well as we actually have a water jet for manufacturing within our mechatronics program. Some highly technical equipment that we use to actually cut and shape different materials. So we're looking at different materials in your design. So when you're prototyping, whether you're using aluminums or metals or glass or wood, you use your designs, and you can alter your designs using the SolidWorks program and using the tools that we have when you're prototyping and doing your design. So again, we cover primarily most of the concepts that are in those design classes. I don't see anything necessarily in Troy's curriculum that says architecture per se, and we don't have any courses that say architecture.
Good job. I think I get the gist of what you're saying. As far as an email that was dated June 7th here, Catherine's friend was granted a permit to go to Troy. Who was that?
I don't know if this is open session. I don't want to.
Was it a friend though? You don't have to say the last.
A friend, a close friend. They go through kindergarten through 8th grade together, and they got in the same Girl Scout troop.
I see. And your friend, or Catherine's friend, was okay and approved to go to Troy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with this case?
Yeah, there are situations where there are extenuating factors or circumstances where we will consider that, including if the student has a sibling that is already at the school. So we do grant under certain circumstances, not necessarily reciprocated by Fullerton, but we do think it's important to take into consideration, including issues of hardship.
Okay. Very good.
May I say something to that?
Sure.
I know this person, her sister is not going to Troy, one thing, and I don't know about the hardship because they grow up and we live half a mile apart. They always hang out, so I don't know what kind of hardships they would face. Because we used to carpool together as well to school.
Okay, I am done.
I don't don't have a lot of questions. It does sound like her brother went there, so a sibling's not there now, but a sibling did go to Troy.
Yes.
That was an
Two
example.
of her brothers.
Ah, two brothers, okay. And also, it sounds like to get everything that Catherine is wanting to do at school, she would have to get on a bus, where if she goes to Troy, she's not having to get on a bus.
Right.
Okay, that's all I have, thank you.
I was wondering, did you move? Is that why the older siblings
Oh,
went to
no,
Troy? Or they
my two older ones got granted by BYUSD to go to Troy.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Now, do I understand correctly, you have the ROTC program at one school, and you're saying anyone in the district who wants to take an ROTC that's enrolled at another school goes to that school for that one class, and you transport them back to the home school, is that correct?
Yes, so Esperanza High School has both an engineering and manufacturing and design pathway. So they have courses that are robust in engineering, including DNC machines, they're using SolidWorks, all the programs that Mr. Hertzfeld referenced, and they also have an ROTC program. However, Cambridge is not offered there. Cambridge is, and manufacturing and engineering programs are offered at Valencia High School. They're a quick drive down the road from one another, and so we are willing to transport students who want to participate in ROTC at Esperanza. Esperanza also has a early college program, so students can, on their campus, take college-level courses during their school day.
And as far as the logistics go of driving back and forth, I mean, is that not impacting the class before and after ROTC, or how would that work? I mean,
They start off the day with that, so that's the first period, and then there's things that are also offered after school, and they have some activities that are even on the weekend, so. But as far as the daily, it would be the first period.
okay, so it's just when ROTC ends, then you load her up in the car, drive her, and so she'll be late to that next class, I guess?
No, well, and it's coordinated, but it's been done so that it's.
We offer zero-period classes in ROTC, so the student could have no class first period, attend the zero period, be driven over, and then be prepared to start their second period class at Valencia High School.
I see.
May I say something to that? The schools are 4.6 miles apart. And with traffic in the morning, I don't know how long, it might take 15, 20 minutes easily. The second thing is with the Euro period, my daughter is want to do orchestra. She plays violin in the orchestra. And for freshman year, she has to attend Euro period orchestra at Valencia High School. So ROTC will not be an option for her. That's why her day will be very long, but she said she's up to it.
Well, just to speak to that, if we could have the ROTC class be the last period of the day, and so it would work on the other end as well, if the zero period is a conflict with orchestra.
Okay, thank you.
We offer it all day long. This is for the district. I'm looking at page 9 of the packet, which is the request for the transfer. The parents signed this on March 12th, and then Placentia Yorba Linda denied it on June 4th. What happened in those couple of months that this took so long?
Well, and you spoke to that as far as there's a process that we engage in looking at our overall different things as far as numbers and with our transfers, what are transfers in, what are transfers out. So we don't tell people, and we never would tell someone that we're going to get back to them in 30 days. The timeline is that we have to do it within 14 days of the next school year. So we wouldn't do that, of course, but that is in the guidelines. It's only 30 days if it's within the same school year. So in other words, if the student's asking to come in during, like if they ask in August and they're wanting to come to that same school year, then it would be 30 days into that school year. But so in other words, it does take a while for us to process everything and get through the appeals processes and everything that we do.
So you're looking at all the transfers during
Yes.
March, April-ish?
March, yeah, our timeline goes from, our open enrollment is January, February. And then we get back our results in March, and we're processing that as well as the different things that having to do with what our enrollment numbers are looking like and everything like that. So
Okay, so there's,
Yeah.
there's a period of time where you're processing all transfers, to see what
Yes.
your numbers are, okay.
Yeah.
There's, it was noted that, the older siblings went to Troy 4 or 6 years ago, I think was the timeline. And would you say 4 or 6 years ago, you did not have the same programs that you do now?
Yeah, I don't know why they were released or what the situations were then. So I don't know the reason that was granted. I could say that there are differences. You know, last year, we had if you remember, we had a lot of students coming forward because they said they had a new program at Cambridge. So now that's in place. So back then, I'm not exactly sure what it would have been the reason.
But I'm saying are your programs different 4 to 6 years ago than they are today?
I would say, I mean, in terms of quality for the IB and the tech programs and things, I know they were there and in place. I don't know, do you think there's any difference in the qualities of the program within the past 4 to 6 years?
If anything, they have improved and grown, and you have more equipment at Valencia than you did.
Continue to revise and improve and offer a broader spectrum within both the Valtech Academy and within IB. So it is possible that, and I wasn't there at the time, but it's possible that there was a different set of offerings at that point in time that we couldn't match.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm trying to understand, if there was, perhaps they were just getting started, or maybe not offered at that point, and that maybe that's why the transfer was granted. I know we're all speculating, because none of us really know, but I'm just trying to get a handle on what was
Right.
different 4 to 6 years ago than what's now.
So a couple of things that have been added or amplified over the past 2 or 3 years have been our cybersecurity program, our networking, and our even our videography program. So all those programs have been strengthened over time, as well as adjusting within the IB. But I think there's been more changes within our Valtech program than there has been within our IB in that period of time. And then, of course, the addition of Cambridge, but that was last year.
Right.
So that wouldn't have been into play then.
Exactly. Okay, all right, thank you.
May I speak to that? I know exactly what the reason was. My son's enrolled in ROTC at the time. They wanted to join the ROTC program, and the release was based on that. PYEL USD didn't have the ROTC program and the IB program at the same school. They just came up with this idea of busing students recently, I believe, from what I heard. I don't know how long ago, but my oldest son joined the ROTC program, and then my second son was released because his brother was going to Troy for sibling attendance.
Okay, that's all I have, thank you.
Question for you, Mr. Nguyen. Why the interest by your daughter, Catherine, in the ROTC program?
Her leadership, she's working to her there's a couple of reasons. One is the leadership. She looked at ASB. She said it will be too much for her because it's like, I don't know, I don't really know what ASB involved. She talked to friends and said ASB would be too much for her to do with Cambridge or IB and tech program. ROTC is part of the pathway in the tech program at Troy. And she wants to develop her leadership skills. I always promote my children to be leaders. And ROTC program is an excellent program. Integrity, citizenship, they do things that I really admire at Troy. And the second reason, she and I drove her off every morning at Kramer, and we saw a bunch of students just walking around in the field next to Kramer, mindlessly with the phones in their hand. It was PE. And at Troy, you do ROTC, then you don't have to do PE. It's part of the program. And my daughter said, no, I'm not going to want to do that for 2 years, walking around mindlessly in the field like that. And I agree with her. And those are the two reasons why she wants to join our ROTC program.
So your experience with the ROTC with your 2 older sons plays.
My first one.
Okay, you have an older son that was in ROTC.
Yes.
And he didn't go to any military academy or to the armed forces or anything.
No.
But did he find a great benefit to it?
Great. Yes. Leadership, integrity, working through hardship. you band together, teamwork, everything that you can ask for. And I really encourage anybody who has children, even you don't think about the military, join the ROTC program.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, my board members.
I'd love to make a motion. I'd make a motion in favor of the family to grant the transfer to Troy.
I'll second.
Very good. Any discussion? Bar none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed?
Oppose.
Motion carries 3-1 with one absent. Thank you very much, Mr. Nguyen. Congratulations.
Thank you, board.
Jamie?
Thank you. To reiterate, the decision of the board is to grant your appeal, Mr. Nguyen, and so this concludes the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The board will be in recess for 2 or 3 minutes to begin the second interdistrict hearing. Okay, welcome. The prolonged silence may now stop, and we will begin getting back into our meeting. We have been here since 2:30. We've been through a few closed session items and interdistrict appeal. And what we're going to be doing is doing the invocation pledge and then introductions and report out from closed session. So I first want to notice and acknowledge the good Orange County Sheriff Deputy. Thank you so much for serving our community. I also want to recognize former Orange Unified School District Board member Brenda Lebsack, who is with us today. And it's been a long time, but we welcome back to the dais Dr. Maharis, who has been so patient to sit down on the ground while we were spacing. So welcome back. Okay. So it has been a tradition of the Orange County Board of Education to begin our meetings with an invocation. And today we're very blessed to have the Pastor Samuel Poland. And let me give you a little bit of bio about him. Pastor Poland was born in Minnesota and grew up in Iowa, where his parents provided an ecumenical Christian upbringing as members of Methodist, Presbyterian, and Lutheran churches. Since his teenage years, Samuel has been putting his faith into action and seeking justice as a student activist, union and community organizer, and as a Christian minister. One of his greatest blessings in life is that he's married to his good wife, Elizabeth Gonzalez, who works as a bilingual teacher at a public school in Culver City. Pastor Poland is fluent in Spanish and plays violin with mariachi groups, where he commonly is known as the El Mariachi Gringo. Reverend Poland is engaged in ministry of transcending borders as a community organizer, musician, and spiritual practitioner. Welcome, Pastor Poland, and we look forward to your words of wisdom.
Thank you so much for that introduction. I didn't know that you'd be sharing about that, and unfortunately I don't have a mariachi with me today, which would have been really special, but maybe on another occasion. I want to thank the members of the board for this opportunity to focus your efforts in the meeting, and I'm just especially honored to be chosen to as someone who serves in the 2nd District, Mari Barkey's district, and as pastor of the oldest established church in our community, Community Congregational United Church of Christ in Los Alamitos. So let's just take a moment to take a deep breath, invite the presence of the divine in whatever way that speaks to you to be with us in this meeting, and let us pray. Oh God, our Creator, we pray that over the course of today's meeting, you will help each and every one of us to put the students first. We also pray for the teachers, the administrators, the union members, the parents, the families, and our nation in the midst of such a difficult time. We pray that as we emerge from the worst threat of the pandemic, that you will help guide us to a year that brings more safety, more mental health, more balance, more collaboration. And we pray that you will help unite us in common purpose, oh God, for we know that in education is the foundation of democracy. And education is a force that can lift up and empower people and be a source for freedom. We also know that education, when not used for those goals, can be used to assign privileges to one group and even oppress others. We pray that we may not be rooted in that history, but rather that we may pursue ways that will empower and lift up and prepare our students especially to be the leaders that we need for our future. So let us put their needs first, oh God, especially coming out of such a difficult year. We pray that we may pursue policies that unite rather than divide, that we may find ways that we can build bridges rather than polarize our communities, and that above all, we may not place our personal interests and agendas before the needs of our students, and any path that will help us move towards collective recovery. I'm reminded as I reflect on the purpose of this Board of Education of one of my favorite teachers from high school, Mr. Parks, who I recently saw posting on Facebook. And it's weird that we're now Facebook friends, but I had him in 8th grade and in 10th grade, and he posted that whenever we teach a student critical thinking, a conspiracy dies. And we just pray, God, that you will help empower our students with critical thinking so that they can face the challenges of our world, and that we, as parents, teachers, administrators, board members, and families, may be inspired by you, our divine creator, who reminds us that we are all interconnected, that an injustice anywhere is a threat to anyone everywhere, for indeed, we truly all are one. In your name, amen.
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 Thank you, Pastor Sam. And next up, we typically and customarily will be doing the Pledge of Allegiance. I encourage all to stand. You're not required to, but we will be led in the pledge by Trustee Markey.
Please join me in honoring our great flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with justice for all.
Very good. Do we have any introductions tonight?
We do not.
Very good. Well, if I can though, he's not going to like it. I'm sorry, Jeff. I have to do this. For all of you who are here, we've been blessed to have an individual who has led this department as a chief academic officer. And he's a man who has had great vision and has helped many, many students throughout this county here. And he has decided to take up much larger shoes to fill at the graduate level, I think at Southern California College. Vanguard, okay. And so he will be departing us. This is his last month with us. So I would like to give a round of applause to Dr. Jeff Davis. Very good. At this time, we're going to have a report out from our council from the 3 closed sessions.
Thank you, President Williams, board members, Superintendent Maharis, good evening. This is a report out for closed session items 1, 2, and 3. As to all 3 closed sessions, the board had a discussion with council. No action was taken, with the exception of the approval of invoices under closed items numbers 1 and 2. Those are Epstein Becker's invoices numbers 1053957 and 1053958, dated June 30, 2021. The board approved those invoices for payment by a vote of 3, 1, and 1. Trustees Shaw, Williams, and Barkey voting in favor. Trustee Gomez voting against, and Trustee Sparks abstaining. And that's the report out for closed session items 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on with the meeting here. Charter schools, Nina.
Excuse me, President. We didn't approve the minutes. The minutes inadvertently got left off the agenda.
They're further down.
They're further down.
Yes.
The minutes
down at
are
13.
item number
Okay.
13.
Okay, my apologies. Didn't see
But
that.
you're right, because normally we do it up front, so good catch. Okay, moving on, charter schools, Nana.
We do have two charter submissions. One is Explore Academy, who has submitted a countywide charter, and the board needs to agree to a 17-day extension of the deadline in order to occur, so that October 6th, which is your regular scheduled meeting, you would take action. And the petitioner has already agreed to that timeframe, so I'm just alerting you all. They'll present at the August meeting, and we can enter that into the record if you also agree.
Okay, so there's no vote required at this moment.
Correct. We also received a material revision submission from Scholarship Prep, and they will also be presenting at next month's meeting.
Very good. Moving on to item number 6, Araceli, you're going to facilitate a public hearing on Samuel Charter School material revision.
And I believe Executive Director Anthony Saba is on our Zoom call. They're about to have him join, so I just wanted to let you know that. So good evening, President Williams, trustees, Superintendent Mijares. Today, the board will hold a hearing to grant or deny the material revision for Samuel Academy. Samuel Academy is requesting to change the school's enrollment preferences in order to continue to qualify for SB 740 Charter School Facility Grants funding. A public hearing was held on June 2nd to consider the level of support for the material revision. The staff report was published on June 17th. Orange County Department of Education staff recommend that the board approve Samuel Academy requested material revision. Additionally, the updated Samuel Academy charter petition meets the standards outlined in Education Code 47605. Representatives from Samuel Academy have declined to utilize their allotted time to provide evidence and testimony in response to the Orange County Department of Education staff recommendation. However, we do have Executive Director Anthony Saba in attendance via teleconference to answer any questions that the board may have. He is out of the state, so his internet's a little bit spotty, but if you have any questions, he is available to answer those. So the hearing is now open for public comments. Associate Superintendent Boyd, are there any public comments for this agenda item?
Not for this agenda item.
This concludes the public hearing. The board has 3 options for action regarding a material revision. Option 1, approve the material revision. Option 2, approve the material revision with conditions. Or Option 3, deny the material revision. President Williams, I now close the public hearing and turn the meeting back over to you.
Very good, thank you, Araceli. Okay, so moving on to the action item, which is approving, or I hope we're going to be approving the material revision. May I have a motion?
So moved.
I will second that. We have a motion, a second. Discussion. Barring none, we will vote. Roll call vote. Nina?
Trustee Gomez?
Yes.
Trustee Shaw?
Yes.
Vice President Barkey?
Yes.
President Williams?
Yes.
And Trustee Sparks?
Yes.
Very good. For the record, the action item passes 5-0. Very good. Moving on to board number 8, Isaac update. Araceli, will you be here to facilitate us in this discussion?
Sure. The board requested representatives from International School for Science and Culture, or ISAC, return today to provide an update regarding concerns discussed at the June 2nd and June 16th meetings. After the June 16th board meeting, ISAC submitted a response to the board regarding the collection of pupil fees, operating in person at a location not zoned for K-12 instruction, and the use of the school's budget. We have reviewed what was most recently submitted last week to the extent possible. While the school has indicated that they will be refunding the 2021 fees, we remain concerned that the timeline for refunding those fees is only stated as ongoing. It's unclear what happens if the school cannot locate or doesn't receive a response from a family. Additionally, the school does not indicate whether it is planning to refund fees collected from 33 families for 2019-20. ISAC needs to provide complete additional documentation regarding the 2019-20 fees in order for us to review the legality of those fees and whether a charter school can charge for childcare if the program is not an ACES and 21st Century Community Learning Center or a licensed childcare program. Our current understanding is that what Isaac is calling childcare does not fall under either of these classifications. We have received 3 different budgets from Isaac, all with different information. We have focused on our review on the most recent 2021-2022 adopted budget. The budget contains several inaccuracies that prevent us from properly analyzing the fiscal health of the school, including an inaccurate beginning fund balance, overstated revenues, inaccurate reporting of restricted and unrestricted funds, inaccurate reporting of expenditures, errors in estimated actuals, and discrepancies in the cash balances. We understand that that they have changed back office providers. We have been in contact with that new provider, and they have told us that until they can reconcile the school's general ledger, we remain unable to confirm the accuracy and financial stability of Isaac. So that's where we are with the budget. At the last board meeting, we reiterated to the board and Isaac that after the lease terminates on June 30th, Isaac cannot operate at the Boys and Girls Club location for any reason until this board takes action on the material revision. Yesterday, on July 6th, staff visited the Boys and Girls Club to ensure that the site had been vacated as we had been told it would be. Staff found Dr. Srinivasan on site and spoke to her. Dr. Srinivasan stated they had 1 student receiving extended school year instruction 2 days per week on site, which began on June 21st and will end on July 30th. Additionally, she told staff that online summer school began June 20th and would end July 30th. On that same day, an hour later, I spoke to Dr. Srinivasan and Principal Sagvinan on the telephone regarding the material revision and was told that the lease at the Boys and Girls Club had not in fact been terminated and that they are continuing to lease the facility on a month-to-month basis. We requested a copy of that lease agreement and we were told that that would be submitted. Contradicting what she told staff, Dr. Srinivasan stated that there were no students receiving in-person instruction at that location and that 1 student would receive ESY education beginning the following week and that it would be online only. Isaac is not an independent studies school. The distance learning and principal apportionment statutes established in SB 98 and SB 820 became inoperative on June 30th. As far as we understand, Isaac should not be offering independent study summer school. They cannot offer online ESY placement, and these students should have been referred back to their district of residence for those services. We remain concerned at the conflicting, incomplete, ambiguous, and inaccurate information we and this board continue to receive from Isaac. It is troubling that Isaac administrators and the school's governing board continue to make decisions that disregard education code, the school's approved charter, and the agreement with this board as their authorizer. Present today is Executive Director for Isaac, Dr. Padmini Srinivasan, Isaac Board Member Tu Nguyen, Counsel from Young Mini and Core, Janelle Ruley, Arturo Garcia representing the new back office provider, Michelle Anderson, and the new principal, Kimberly Saguian.
Thank you, Araceli. Andy?
Good afternoon to the Orange County.
One moment. A point of parliamentary order. We do have public comments.
Oh.
So, Mr. Rowland, do we take public comments before the discussion here? Okay.
Okay, so we can proceed.
What is the
I would
preference?
like, if the public comments have to do with this, I would like to.
You
hear
like to
them.
hear him? Okay, Tim? Sure. Okay, so what we're gonna do is take about 5-10 minutes to hear the public comments, and Trustee Barkey will be giving names. She'll give the first up, and then there'll be a second name she'll give, and you can stand behind in line.
Okay, I have Jay first with Brittany on deck. Is Jay here? Yep. Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, you're good, you're good. Just run as soon as he's finished. No, go ahead, you're fine.
When you get to the podium, you just state your name and we'll start the clock for your 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Jay Klaus. Last name spelled like Santa. Sorry, my notes are really small, so
You're doing great.
thank you.
Deep breath.
I haven't done any
Let it
public
out.
speaking in several years, so. Board of Trustees, Okay, perfect. I'm not going to pretend that this last year was easy. When the school year began, my wife and I weren't sure really what to expect. We felt many new fears as a result of the pandemic, unfamiliar pressures of working from home while the whole family was locked in with us. And to top it off, we were working through typical challenges of our oldest daughter going through her first year of real school. As the school year approached, Isaac was very proactive and showed us, parents, how they prepared to help each student succeed even with the new 2020 obstacles. We were amazed by how flexible they were throughout the school year. They quickly adapted to the evolving regulations as a result of the pandemic. Both my wife and I had grown up in a traditional public school system, so we were unfamiliar with many of the creative ways that Isaac used, that they employed to help teach the kids. The Dolman cards, for example, they were a unique approach to teaching and learning, and I was personally skeptical about them when we began the year. However, I witnessed pretty early on how helpful they were to teach our daughter everything from foreign languages, math skills, and reading comprehension. Many kids, as you know, are visual learners, and having a picture to associate with the concept has really been helpful for, I know, a lot of the students in the school, and our daughter included. It helped her to remember facts and ideas, but also gave her a way to practice what she was receiving in class. And she even brought her cards home and would teach her 3-year-old sister from those cards, which she was just very excited about. Each day she was excited to go to school. She constantly told us how much she liked her teachers and her classes, and how she was looking forward to school the next day, which is very remarkable considering that there were many circumstances that could have been a hindrance to students learning this year and building social skills. In addition to Isaac's very productive and fun teaching system, they were also dedicated to customizing their curriculum for kids who were either struggling or not being challenged enough. They conducted several assessments throughout the school year and adjusted their focus for each child accordingly so that they would have the best chance to learn as much as possible and feel accomplished at the end of each day. And they would share those assessments with us quite regularly. As a result of the staff's dedication and the school's customized curriculum, Isabella, our daughter, enjoyed learning, she was challenged, and she thrived throughout much of the year. Even when classes were conducted solely through Zoom, I commend everyone to Isaac for putting everything they could into our child's experience, unaffected by the global circumstances. Isaac Charter School is, in my opinion, essential for the community and especially for the well-being of our kids here. We are definitely looking forward to dropping Isabella off for her first day of the second year at Isaac. Jay and Brittany Klaus, proud parents of an Isaac Charter School Lion.
Hello. I'm Brittany Klaus. I feel like terrible following that up. My husband had it all written out, and I'm the attorney, so I should be able to talk pretty well, and it doesn't feel that way right now. I just wanted to share a couple of things about Isaac. Being a first-time parent, putting my children into school, I didn't really know what in the world to look for, what to know, what to try. My mom was a teacher for 34 years, and back in the day, it's kind of like very regimen. You know, there's a specific way that everybody teaches, but my children went to a Montessori school, and there was kind of a different kind of way that they taught there, and Isaac kind of taught in the same manner. They didn't pigeonhole each child to a specific curriculum. They would kind of move them along or to challenge them or support them in where they were at, which was really something I appreciated and I enjoyed. But one of the things that really drew me to Isaac is the fact that not only were they concerned about each child individually in their academics, but they were also looking at developing them in a social and emotional way that I just don't feel like children probably get nowadays. These are some of the essential things that kids need as a building block to become a good human being, to interact with people on a daily basis in their jobs, in their classrooms, in their family. And to see a school that wanted to take those ideas and impart them into school was really great. And this was a challenging year. I mean, I don't think any school was ready for this. Our world wasn't ready for this. And I think that Isaac did the best that they could in a very difficult situation, and continue to try to be transparent with the parents as to what's going on. This is what we're doing, and this is how we're trying to support your children in this unprecedented situation. And it was hard. It was hard on my daughter when she's trying to do Zoom in kindergarten, sitting for six hours a day. My husband had to sit in the room and try to help facilitate that learning environment. And it was hard because she didn't have the entire social interactions that kindergartners have. And she made a comment about that, not being able to visit with friends as much. And I mentioned that to a teacher, and it was Miss Nina, who was great. And she said, oh my goodness, let me try and connect you to the different parents that are in the classroom, so you can try and talk to them outside, so you can kind of try to develop those kind of relationships that are normally built when children go to school in not a pandemic setting. So those are just kind of a few of the things that I just saw that were over and above normal learning situations that I have seen over the course of my learning career, my mother's being a teacher. And I'm just very excited and proud that my daughter was a part of it, and that Isaac, thrived in such a, again, difficult situation. So that's all I want to say. Oh, look, I win.
Miles is next, and we have Martha on deck.
Good evening. Good to be back in front of you in person. Members of the board and superintendent and staff, my name is Miles Durfee. I'm with the California Charter Schools Association. I wanted to tell you, I imagine today is not a day that the charter school, nor the charter staff, nor the board would like to be here discussing this particular item. But I did want to point out to you from a process standpoint that this is the right place to be in this process right now, and this is the way the process was intended to work. In my 9 years with CCSA and my 8 years working more directly with this board, I think this is maybe the only notice of violation that I can remember that's even come up for discussion. And it isn't a good place to be, but I do want you to know that we're going through the authorizing oversight and compliance process here. And there are questions that staff has appropriately gotten and raised. The charter school has responded to those, and they continue to respond to those. And the parents still, as you can see from the public input tonight, really love the school and want to be at that school. And the public education system is very complicated. If you look at the education code, you would hear from some folks that charter schools don't have to pay attention to it. But the truth is, there are volumes of work that charter schools have to follow. And it's not easy, and lots of it is interpretable. What I think in front of IC for this situation is the process working. And while I would encourage you not to approve a notice of violation tonight, because I've read the response that the school submitted, I think Monday, or during the time lane they needed to submit it on. And when I see the response that they have, they've addressed the child care issues. It may not be completed, but it's in process. It went to the board. The letters have been generated, the money, and the parents are making choices about how they want to handle that. The CUP process has been started. It's confirmed that it's been submitted. They have not, I don't have new information that you might have heard from staff tonight, but you will continue to hear new information as we go along this process. And remember, you have to really give it to the staff who deals with this internally, informally, and less publicly with all of the charter schools that we have in Orange County for most of the time. But in this case, it's bubbled up because there are some legitimate questions that need to be resolved. And it looks to me from the response that they're being resolved. And again, I'll just close with that pressure and compliance needs to continue, because they should be following the law and in compliance and not provide any risk to their school as far as operations. But when the students want to be at the school and are getting a good education and instruction, in every instance, we would see non-charter schools continue to operate and find modifications. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Martha Fleur. I'm a resident in Trustee Barkey's area and a former member of 29 years of the Newport Mesa Unified School District Board of Education and past president in 2011 of the California School Board Association. I have 6 words for this body. You have got to be kidding. In March 2019, my colleagues, district personnel, and community members strenuously argued against granting Isaac their appeal to establish a charter school. We objected to their educational plan, their fiscal presentation, and their enrollment numbers. So did this board's highly qualified staff. At that meeting, Dr. Williams, you called my superintendent, Dr. Frederick Navarro, a liar. Who's lying now? After 2.5 years, the same fiscal, educational, and reporting irregularities continue in violation of education code, state and city laws, and this board's 412 charter school policy and its appendix, which is 16 pages. Have you read it? Enough is enough. Isaac received notifications of these concerns and requests for information no less than 5 times in the last year alone. Site visits were made, and yet here they are again, obfuscating the truth. This board has continued to expend taxpayer dollars and other resources on a failing charter school. I, for one, am in favor of charter schools. They serve a unique purpose for a cohort of kids, and this board, as well as other school districts in Orange County, have such worthy charters, such as Samueli, OSHA, Oxford Preparatory Academy. But Isaac is not a great charter. It's a sham. Board members Barkey, Sparks, and Williams, you voted in favor of this charter. Shame on you for continuing to allow this to continue. For the sake of the children, they are failing to educate. They have defrauded the families by charging them fees, and the taxpayers they have fleeced to the point where they have been over-appropriated funds. I urge you to issue this notice of violation and begin the process to revoke this sham of a charter. Thank you.
Sorry. Fernando is next. And Melanie, are you here for the charter? Okay, you're on deck, and after that is Tho.
Good afternoon, dear President Williams and trustees of the OC Board of Education. Thank you for your support of our school, International School for Science and Culture, or ISAC for short. I would like to share about my family's experience during the pandemic and doing online classes for our son. His name is Jose. He's currently 6.5. He's very happy. It's a very happy boy. Currently, my son is a student at ISAC. We are more than amazed at how well he has performed and evolved in the past 2 years since he started TK at ISAC and then did all kindergarten via online classes. My son is very much involved in many different sports clubs locally and teams as well, such as baseball, soccer, and swimming. And he also does several artistic activities. And in most, and if not all of these activities he interacts with, he's always around kids his age, which is mostly from different school districts. Some are Costa Mesa, some are Santa Ana, Fountain Valley, or Garden Grove. Even though all the kids are the same age, I do see in the interactions they have that the difference that the ISAC teaching methodology has done. Especially when you're talking about math and science when I'm dealing with my son and other kids. For me, it's been evident that the approach and the work that it's been done by the ISAC staff has really paid dividends. For example, it's been very easy for me to talk to my son, even though he's still in kindergarten, he just finished, talk to him about division, multiplication, percentages. For us, it's very normal to add funds to his either 529 or his UTMA funds, and he's easily able to understand how allocating funds works and how it exponential growth of the investment it's working. And it's all has to do with how he's being thought about the numbers with, I don't know, somebody mentioned the name, I don't know the name of those little bead counting things they do, but for me, they're a kind of very interesting way of teaching numbers. One of the things that I'm confident in and that I want to say that during those 15 plus months that we had this horrible pandemic, and it damaged a lot of families. We lost family members ourselves. I lost a couple of aunts, a couple cousins, or second cousins. But even though we're on this very strenuous situation day by day, we were able to feel very comfortable knowing that our son, for those 6.5 hours every day, he would be submerged in this very, very nice environment where he was able to freely express himself with his teachers. The fact that he was able to talk to his peers, of course, over Zoom and be able to interact. And the fact that he was always, So only thing I have to say is I have only words of praise to the school and the staff for everything they've done for our family. Thank you very much.
And Tho here, okay, you're on deck, and after Tho is Bilam? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Melanie Long. Thank you for your support of our school, Isaac. When the pandemic struck the world in March 2020, the staff at Isaac made sure that the children would receive the same education as if they were in the normal classroom. My son was in kindergarten at the time, and the classroom was actually broken into 4 different groups based on learning abilities. Ms. Nicole, each day, rain or shine, would post a different video for each of her 4 groups so that they could work on their assignments. Her jovial voice would make us feel as if we were there with her. The staff continues to use technology and innovation to bring the classmates together by the use of a program called Flipgrid to post science assignments. And my son's name is Tyler, and he will actually watch some of these videos over and over because it helps him feel connected with his peers because he wasn't able to attend school. So it was through these short videos the children were able to see each other and feel connected somehow, some way. This was at a time when the nation was somewhat under a lockdown. Studies show that a person's attention span is only 22 minutes, perhaps less if a child. Somehow all the teachers at Isaac, through their unwavering passion and use of the content material, managed to keep the children engaged, active, and even retain all the information that they learned via Zoom. We feel like it's such a huge feat for a COVID year. When schools near me are teaching children for 2 hours and 15 minutes each day, we reside in Huntington Beach, and so we live near the Fountain Valley and Huntington Beach School District, so I'm getting a lot of news through the next door, groups. Isaac is going above and beyond for their students by having a full day until 2:40 p.m. Lastly, I'd like to point out that many families from near and far have chosen Isaac to send their child or children. Isaac's passion for their students is heartfelt, and we hope that they will be able to operate to positively impact more children in the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Bilam, you're on deck. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Tho. I'm the mother of Ewan Trav, a 4th grader at Isaac, and he's here today to support the school. Last year was the 2nd year for him at Isaac, and as we know, it wasn't an easy year for all of us, but Isaac did make it more breathable. Let me share with you about the day before the lockdown. The school has all the books, notes, laptop ready, and all the schedule and arrangement. This is a big difference from my son at other school, and I don't want to mention it here. It was so helpful. Throughout the lockdown, the staff were extremely helpful, engaged, and accommodating. My son struggled with online learning, computer, and was met with care. Book, laptop were delivered to the door with constant communication from the teachers. Ms. Padmini once spent 2 hours with Ewan to help him with his math. Ewan is here with me today, and I can tell you his confidence was improved. They had 2 online art events, and Ewan had the opportunity to perform his guitar. Most importantly, when it was possible, he was allowed to come into class, even with social distancing. The ability to see his friends was immensely beneficial. Throughout this difficult time, Isaac remained to provide great educations, nurturing environment, compassion, love, and commitment. My son has been a happy child, and that's what we need. I want to end here with this story that I read about a mom of 3 CEOs. One of them is a 23andMe and DNA company and a YouTube CEO. You want to raise successful kids? Teach them compassion, because if they care enough, they will find solution. This is exactly what Isaac is doing to my child. So I hope we all can care enough to find the solution for whatever the issue that bring us here today. I want to confirm that in contrary to what others like to believe that Isaac failed our student, I can say as a college consultant, as a mom with children from different schools, and the naysayer failed to see what a phenomenal job Isaac has done for its students and the families. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Belen Santana. President Williams entrusted OCD. As a mother of a 7th and 2nd grader, I can tell you that I'm grateful to have my kid at Isaac Charter School. I love the education that my kids are having at this school, especially this past year that has been difficult for everyone. Isaac Charter School staff made sure that all the kids had a normal school year with all the incomes that this pandemic had brought them. They made sure that the kids had all their subjects as a regular base. In order for them to provide all the materials. They also offer extra time for kids that needed help. They made sure that no kid was left behind. They even made sure that the parents felt comfortable with the education that they provide this past year. It is amazing to see my kids enjoy every school subject that this past year they offered. And to me, this is priceless. As a low-income mother, I won't be able to provide this to my kids with the extra education that Isaac has offered my kids. I know that this would not have been able to have in a regular public school, at least not at the ones near me. Isaac has been an open door for a brighter future for my kids. This is why I'm so thankful that I have my kids in Isaac School. And ma'am, with all the respect, as a taxpayer, I think every kid should deserve a better education. And I didn't receive that at a regular public school. Thank you.
You're not Isaac, right? You're not speaking for Isaac, Brenda?
I wasn't signed up to. I would love to, but I wasn't signed up ahead.
Oh, well, can we sign her up? Can we have her speak if she wants?
Who's left?
No, it was Brenda. I was actually asking Brenda. Brenda, you're not speaking for Isaac, right? I'll hold yours till.
I'm not Brenda. I thought you were speaking.
No, that's fine. If you want to speak, though, we can get you a card and you can speak. Is that so? Okay, yeah.
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 Why don't you come on
Yeah,
up?
come on up.
And then you can fill out the card
Yep.
later. Just say your first name. You don't have to give anything more.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you
Sure.
for having me.
Speak from the heart.
My name is Maya Anderson. I'm a longtime resident of Costa Mesa. I have a couple of children that have been in both the public Newport Mesa School District, 3 different schools, as well as our family has spent 12 years in the private school district or private schools as well. So I felt very compelled that with that experience of multiple charter schools, public schools, and a private school, the level and the quality that I've experienced the quality of education and the educators and the administration that I've experienced at Isaac, because I do have a comparison of a very high caliber of private school as well as a number of public schools. It has been, I think, a bit of a North Star, and I can certainly speak to a lot of the parents here. Our family has had a lot of challenges with online schooling, and it was a surprise that, you know, my husband and I were not prepared for. And the school rose at every point to customizing a curriculum for my daughter, who had always done exceedingly well in school and was suddenly struggling to even manage. And the way they rose to meet those challenges on a very individual, compassionate, customized way was exemplary. And like I said, I have a lot to compare it to. And so I really felt I needed to speak that, again, regardless of what needs to be resolved, and I have a lot of confidence that that can be resolved, but what this school is providing in the community is unlike anything I've been able to find somewhere else. So I appreciate the attention and allowing us to come and speak, and for me to come up secondarily at the end. So thank you for your time, and I hope we can serve what we need to come to a resolution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Carmen? Yeah, of course, of course, of course. Okay, okay.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. I really appreciate being here. And with all my respect, I would like to express my feelings. My husband, he was going to come and walk here with us to join me in talking to you. He suffered a stroke on February 24th. He had a left side craniotomy. He's still not well, as you can see how I entered today, but we came to support Isaac not only because of us being lifted, my son getting all the support and help during those difficult times. He was encouraged by teachers, empowered at school. My son did not miss a day of class, even though my husband and I were struggling so much. My husband was almost 1 month at UCI, step neuro down. Miss Padmini Srinivasan, the teachers, Miss Rubin, Miss Ruby Cardenas, everyone, the school board, the staff, they all supported us so much, even offering to drop the exchange packet at my door. I live in Anaheim. We are not in the area anymore. I used to live in Costa Mesa. I had a bullying experience in the Newport Mesa School District. It took me a year to resolve. I'm very hurt by how my son was treated. At Isaac, my son found what he was not given by the other school. And all I want to say is, for us, it has been a blessing to have that support. My son's grades were not affected because of all the struggle we went through. I had the Pfizer vaccine, and I got facial paralysis for 3 weeks as well this year with all this. Still, my son is resilient enough, was happy enough to attend classes. My son has not been affected at all because why? Isaac has empowered him, not only academically, but emotionally. That's all I want to share. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mary, for the record, what was her name?
Carmen, that was
Thank you.
Carmen.
Is that it as far as public comments? Very good. Okay,
But are you speaking on Isaac? Okay, you'll go after Isaac. That's why I was asking you, yep. Yeah. It's okay.
so as a reminder for the board, we're taking up items number 8 and 15 at this time. I'd like to start from my right. And actually, let's go from the really, really right out there in Italy. Dr. Sparks, if you want to begin our questioning.
Aren't we gonna have a presentation?
Aren't they gonna do a
first?
presentation?
I think they were gonna do a presentation. Remember, we stopped them.
Okay, that's right, we did, didn't we?
We did.
Okay, my bad. Okay, so presentation.
You almost got off real easy there.
No, they don't want off easily.
President Williams, Orange County Board of Education, thank you for this opportunity to present
Thank you.
and just to speak with you. So I would like to go through the 3 issues that were behind this proposed notice of violation. So I'd like to just go through each of them and address how we have dealt with these. The first issue, number 1, the incorrect budget submitted for growth funding. The AB 820 growth funding required us to submit a budget. We had a June budget for 100 students, a July budget for 150 students. The June budget was conservative. We wanted to be careful to not overestimate enrollment. July budget was realistic based on what enrollments we actually were having. We enrolled 150 plus students. And basically, this issue was corrected with CDE's help. And we have actually our new back office provider, ICON, is here. And the fact of the matter is that we had over 150 enrolled students that were educated within the budget for 100 students. So the additional costs had to be absorbed because we did not want to turn away students. So I'd like to ask ICON, Mr. Arturo is here, to just report on this piece.
Good evening, President Williams and rest of the board members. I wanted to back up a little bit and talk about how the situation occurred, because it was a very unique year in terms of schools were funded. So generally, you get funded starting at the beginning of the school year based on your attendance from the prior year. And generally, you receive those funds between August and January. And then after your first P1 attendance period, which is through December, then your apportionment gets adjusted for January through February, and then through April, until your P2 portion, and then you get your final allotment for the full school year. So during the pandemic, first schools didn't know how they were going to get funded because there wasn't going to be attendance taken the normal way. So the initial thought process through the state was that charter schools were going to get paid by their attendance from the prior year. For Isaac, that would have been about 63 students, I believe, from the first year. So their board, as Dr. Kamini mentioned, approved a conservative budget of 100 students, and that was all for growth. When they realized that 150 students, they approved the second budget for 150. In September, the governor and the board legislature decided to be able to provide additional funds for growing charter schools. They had to submit a growth application. Mistakenly, Isaac submitted their second approved budget of 150 versus the initial approved budget of 100. In a regular school year, when they submitted their attendance report in P1 in December, the state would have realized that they did have 150 students, and their adjustment would have been based off of that. But they took their application as for what it was at 150 students. At the second checkpoint, which is P2, again, if attendance had adjusted or changed, funding would be adjusted at that point. That's when the state realized that the actual budget prior to June 30th was off of 100 students. So that's when the final adjustment occurred. That's what created the delta of what is currently being discussed right now, of 150 versus 100 students. At that point, the state's able to make adjustments to what payments are being made. So for Isaac, in LCFF, there's 3 different models that get paid out: state aid, EPA, and then your in lieu of property tax. For state aid, at that point, Isaac had gotten about $100,000 a portion from the state. They have not received all that money because, as you're well aware, there were a lot of deferrals starting in February. So at P2, the adjusted amount for 100 students, Isaac is expecting to get $77,428. The state had apportioned that point over $100,478. So an overpayment of $23,000. However, that payment hasn't been made to Isaac yet because it's part of the deferrals, which are over $40,000 in deferrals. So that will be pulled out from the deferral payments in August and September. So Isaac will not have to send money back to the state. The second part is EPA. P2 comes in time before the final EPA payment. So the fourth EPA payment was canceled, and the school has received exactly what they are apportioned, which is $21,476. Now, for Isaac, the biggest portion of their LCFF funding is their in lieu of property tax. What they're expecting to get for the 2021 school year is $796,000. The latest that they received from Newport Mesa is only $687,000. So they have not been overpaid there as well. So although there was a mistake in what was submitted, it was caught in time for P2. They haven't received additional funds. In a regular school year, they would have been funded for the 150 students. But in a unique year, again, they're only getting funded for 100 students. The biggest point, or the biggest part now is moving forward. Is Isaac fiscally stable moving forward? The biggest thing we look at for a growing charter school is cash flow. Again, going back in terms of how you're funded. So for 21-22 school year, the first 6 months are going to get funded off of that 100 student enrollment versus the projected 216. So that creates a large gap of over 180A. That's not going to be funded for the first half of the year. We took a very conservative approach. We are the new back office, so I can only speak portion to how things were recorded in 2021. But looking at moving forward, it's, where is cash flow at? So based on that growth, they will need a cash flow loan because most charter schools that have that significant growth need one as well if they don't have the proper reserves. And as a new school, they haven't built up those reserves yet. But that loan, we are projecting to be paid back within the school year because once they submit their P1 attendance report in December, their apportionment would be increased significantly versus the 100, and they'll get larger payments starting in February through the rest of the year. So we see a very stable year for Isaac in 21-22. What's the last part I mentioned on that? And in our preliminary budget, we even project a operating surplus in 21-22 school year of about $600,000. So although there are, and a lot of that is again being conservative with expenditures because the school is well aware that for the first 6 months of the year, they're not going to have regular funding coming in based off of their enrollment. Thank you.
Thank you.
This was one of the issues that was, I think, difficult to understand for the general public as well, and our board member, Tu Nguyen, wanted to share some comments.
Thank you, Padmini. Good evening, trustees. After the last meeting, the Los Angeles Times ran a story against Isaac. It was completely one-sided on the notice of violation issues and riddled with other misstatements. I am new to charter schools. I don't understand all the dynamics at play. And you also recall, except perhaps Trustee Shaw, you were not here yet, but I believe the rest of you remember how badly Isaac was bullied in its first year. And now the media seems to be at it again, peddling the same false narratives against Isaac. We learned from OCDE staff that it was a parent complaint that prompted the inquiries leading to this notice of violation. But within this larger context of the bullying history and the tone and the timing of the news article, I speak for many Isaac parents in wondering, was it really a genuine complaint? Was a complaint by an Isaac parent? Was it even by a parent? Perhaps most alarming is the actual complaint was never shared with Isaac. We are a young organization. We're learning every day. We learn with every issue OCDE staff helps point out to us. We stop and we tend to every request for information from staff, timely and thoroughly. With detailed explanations and meticulous documentations. On funding, I don't have the knowledge that Arturo does, but what I can tell you is that it was a clerical error. Literally, the wrong document was accidentally emailed, and we immediately corrected the mistake. On childcare, we stopped billing immediately We sent staff all our documentation, our fee structure, every email communication we had with parents, payment receipt, the list of students who participated, and our monthly financial statement submitted to OCDE always delineated the child care payments. Nothing was secretive in regards to what we were doing. On the conditional use permit, we submitted a copy of the CUP to staff. We explained our understanding of it and how we strictly operated within that understanding. We have nothing to hide. We've never inflated our enrollment. We run our school with care and integrity, yet we seem to be under constant attack. I trust, I hope, that you'll continue to see past this scarlet letter that seems to have been branded us from birth of our school, and to see where the truth lies. Well, we have made mistakes, we have always owned them, but as to the notice of violation issues, we have put our facts together, explained our interpretations, and where we don't align with charter staff, we have worked quickly to resolve the issue to their satisfaction. We argue that no laws have been broken. Certainly, there have been misunderstandings, and we're committed to their resolution. On top of that, Isaac has already been publicly judged and shamed based purely on allegations and accusations. You know, on the news article, there are more words here, but at the end of the day, we were never contacted. We were never contacted. And a picture of an Isaac child is prominently used, and I know that child, I know that family. They would want no part of a story that disparages our school. Our parents have written you letters. They've gathered here today and spoken. We ask this board to please hear our community and follow the facts as our team will present more fully. Thank you.
At this point, I want to just double check that the board has the handouts that were given.
We do.
Yes, yeah, so there's, okay, good. So the second issue, operating without CUP. So the CUP was for the private facility at the Boys and Girls Club, which really we operated within our understanding of the use of existing CUPs, which the Boys and Girls Club had CUPs obviously for childcare, and there was a limited CUP for potential instruction, and we focused this effort on our most vulnerable students. So the steps we're taking to correct the issue and have taken to correct the issues that we're not using the facility at this moment, I have to explain that sometimes it is confusing in conversation to hear what may be being suggested as, oh, do you, for example, a conversation might occur like, there is a student who needs extended school year services, and the student is at Boys and Girls Club, in our case, for summer camp, childcare. And in the conversation, I mean, I misunderstood that we should offer services to this child because it's very difficult, especially for a special ed kid, to do things online. But we had a much clearer conversation later with Araceli, and it was very clear that the correct thing was we don't use the facility at all. Very easy to do. I know that there are complications, as Araceli mentioned, about what is allowed online, what is not allowed online, and we will investigate that in further detail. Our special ed teacher is actually on vacation and will be beginning to do her work on the 12th for this purpose. Our summer program is online, and we have decided that that is where it will stay. For the next year, we have a facility that is a Prop 39 facility from the district, which is obviously properly zoned for students. And we have managed our enrollment so that we will not accept students beyond what the one facility will be able to manage. And we have applied for our own CUP from the city. Today, we received some notes from the city. We have a licensed land use consultant and an engineer working to rapidly respond to these. So there are, the earliest possible planning commission date is July 26th. And we are, the next date after that is August 9th, which may be, according to them, the more likely date. So So we're planning to move forward with enrollment based on one site, and we will inform our waitlisted parents by August 9th to be clear so they can make their decisions on what they need to be doing. We are looking for the potential two-site solution, not necessarily for growth, it's really for, it is the private facility is a little more enclosed and safe for our youngest kids, for the TKK, possibly first grade, safety and comfort of our younger students. Yeah, so we will look forward to a definite date for potentially approaching the two-site solution. Once the NOV is resolved, then we will come back to have that discussion with the board. On the third issue of potentially charging for childcare, the opinion from legal counsel considers the charges to be within the law. However, to avoid confusion from even a single person, we have taken action to refund the childcare costs. And we have actually, as of today, completed all of the feedback and interactions with the parents. And as of tomorrow, all of the checks will be out. Actually, ICON has been managing this, so I would invite Arturo to summarize.
So on the refunded childcare for 2021, we received 19 parent refund requests this past Friday. Those checks were mailed out on Friday and were delivered to those parents' houses by yesterday. We received an additional 4 requests yesterday. Those were mailed out today. FedEx to be delivered by tomorrow. And we received an additional 6 today that will be processed and mailed out tomorrow, also overnighted. So that will be 29 by tomorrow.
Can I ask about that real quick? Why does it say partial donation and donation? What does that mean?
Yes, so out of the 32 parents that were involved in making payments, some of them, 3 of them, said they would prefer to donate the refund.
They're just choosing not to be fully reimbursed.
Exactly.
Okay.
So some were partial, and 3 families decided that they did not want any reimbursed refund. And with those 3 parents being counted, that completes our set of parents that were needing some reimbursement. As far as the 2019-20, we had charges for after-school care. This was not charges during the school day. And the opinion from legal counsel considers these charges for after-school childcare to be within the law. The letter from YMC has been provided. And as mentioned earlier, I mean, all of these have been reported in our monthly financials. And especially this year, any receipts for childcare were not budgeted for. So every month there was a special mention of this is, this is diverging from the budget. So this was mentioned as something that was I forgot the exact word for it, but something that diverges from the budget, and it was in every month's financial reporting. It was in the audio of the meeting because it was mentioned specifically each time. So we really had not an inkling that there was something that was incorrect. And as well as the last year's after-school care was reported all throughout the year. It was in the statement that were provided as well. So having come to this point, on a bigger picture, the update for Isaac is that we are at a point of reorganizing, of strengthening our structure so that we can be, to meet every issue with the care and thoroughness it deserves. And our team leadership, as well as the admin staff, is being expanded. And in that line, I would like to introduce Dr. Kimberly Sagilan, who is coming on board as our principal. And she will be actually leading the future plans on potential material revision. So, Dr. Sagilan.
Good evening, everyone. At first, I want to say thank you, parents. You guys are so passionate. I actually was a little bit scared to go in front of you guys, but now I think I'm a little more scared of the parents and their high expectations. So I just want to say thank you again. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your ears that you're willing to listen. I've been in charter school for about 10 years, from a teacher, teacher coach, principal, traveling the nation, working for different charter schools. And part of those experiences were successful charter renewals. And my last one was actually in Santa Ana with the Unified School District at EBC Charter School. And it was great. They got their 5-year renewal. And so being with charter schools is an amazing experience. I spent some time outside and doing some higher ed items. And then now I'm back. I'm back ready to get my feet running and get Isaac running the way it should be running. As the Isaac principal, I will be responsible for a smooth and accountable operations. I'm really looking forward to building relationships based on trust, frequent and open communication. And lastly, I'm really super excited to collaborate with everyone and to be part of the creation of a great partnership, because we are all doing the same thing. We are all serving our community, our families, and our students. So thank you again for your time and time to introduce myself. We're gonna just flip one more page over so you have that. Compliance and timeline. I know Ms. Padmini has already kind of hit on this. So right now we're at 216 students accepted. We have 45 on the waiting list. And so what we're doing, we're really looking at getting a solid CUP and looking at the earliest date being the 26th, the alternative date being the 9th. And then based on that, we would be able to submit a material revision. Again, waitlisted students will be informed on the 9th, and then post-approval of that CUP, then those would kind of be our second steps towards moving to a second location. Did you have a question? Oh, you like, look, okay. All right, so that's kind of what I was sent up here to tell you and share. So thank you again. I really do look forward to working with you all.
So, so you've heard about the expansion of our leadership as well as our the future plans for a potential material revision. So I'd like to invite Janelle Rulli from YMC to kind of speak to like a summary of the resolution of the NOV issues.
Thank you. I've worked with Kimberly before and didn't recall her being such a difficult act to follow, so I appreciate your grace. Good evening, Janelle Rulli with Young Median Corps. I just kind of wanted to relocate us back to where we are, which is tonight only talking about the notice of violations. We had the update, we had the notice of violations. The revocation process for a charter school, as you probably know, is very well spelled out in law. There are a number of steps. We have to follow the steps exactly. Your staff knows that. Your council knows that. Within those steps, we are really limited to what are the issues that are in the notice of violations. We can't invent new issues along the way and create suppositions along the way. We are limited to the allegations that are contained in the notice of violation. And there are 3 that are before us. The first issue is about this alleged overpayment of funds. Arturo explained that much better than I could. I asked for a tutorial from him, and he nailed it, right? So I think that he really explained that to you. First of all, Isaac is financially sound going into next year, which I think is probably the most important consideration. No checks are being written back to the state. We've addressed that. On the second issue, the conditional use permit, Isaac believed that it was being advised by the city of Costa Mesa that it could use the existing CUP to be in the facility. When it turned out that that was not the case, they stopped immediately and didn't do it. With a notice of violations, I mean, that particular allegation about the conditional use permit, it's over. The school year is over. We can't go back in time and undo it. So there's nothing really to fix. There's behavior to fix going forward, practices to fix going forward. And what you heard is that the CUP is in place, the process is in place right now. Optimistically being heard on July 26th, maybe more realistically August 9th. And that is why, and I want to emphasize this point too, Isaac really took a look at what was going on, took a step back, its board took a step back and said, wait a minute, like we can't charge ahead with this material revision when we've got a notice of violation over our head. And that's why they pulled the material revision request. The last issue, allegations about pupil fees. Pupil fees, I've said this before, they're very specifically enumerated in law. What the law says is you cannot charge, this is the Constitution, you cannot charge a fee for something that is an educational activity. Isaac was not offering educational activities in exchange for a fee. The 2020-21 fees, what you heard is that there were 31 students who were impacted, 32 individuals who paid for those students. All 32 of them, I want to say this again, all 32 of them have responded, have been addressed, and checks either have gone out or are going out tomorrow. All of them. For the 1920 school year, what Isaac offered was after-school help with homework. There were dance parties, there was music, there was art. These were not educational activities that were required of the students. And so you can't just say that pupil fees were being charged if there weren't actually an educational activity. So we believe that we've handled that one as well. I think that's what I've got. So we looked at the allegations, we've explained them to you, and Isaac really believes that it's on the right track. It's really thrilled about new leadership going forward and new plans going forward, and to have 216 students signed up for next year is really showing a lot of growth. 50 students in the first year to 150 to 200 is showing growth, but also measured growth. So we thank you for your time, and I know it's been a long slog, so we thank you for your time in multiple iterations.
May I ask you a question?
Please.
Because you're an attorney, right?
I am.
So of course you have to think worst case scenario.
Okay.
So you go in front of the planning commission in Costa Mesa, the absolute worst outcome for you possible happens. What do you do? I mean, what could they do, and what would you do as a response?
Yeah, I mean, the worst case is that the CUP is denied and that Isaac is not permitted to operate in the Boys and Girls Club. In reality, everything is fine for their operation for 21-22 for this current school year. In their Prop 39 site, they can fit 216 students. That's what they've got enrolled, and so they've budgeted for 216 students. They've also budgeted to pay for the lease for the Boys and Girls Club without showing an increase in enrollment. So that would be another 40 to 50 students, I think, if they had both sites. So they're not budgeting in the extra enrollment, they are budgeting for the extra cost. So all of that works out in the wash. So the worst case scenario is we don't get the CUP, and then we give the Boys and Girls Club money for something that we're not actually using.
But you're saying it would be financially sustainable, that
Financially
outcome.
sustainable. Yep. I myself have asked that question of Icon several times, and I keep getting the same answer that yes, the budget balance is with paying for the lease and not using it and not getting the extra bump in enrollment.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
I should also add on future lease that we are not going to be signing any leases until the CUP is complete. So that is our discussion with Boys and Girls Club. For this period, like this month of July, our last lease ended June 30th. Our Prop 39 facility becomes available August 9th. So August 9th will be the day that we will have both facilities and use as a moving day, so we can set up at the new facility, and then our connection with Boys and Girls Club will end until such time as there is a CUP and we could potentially have a new lease with them. And so the current use is office and storage, so there's not really, I mean, they are obviously using their facility for their summer programs and camps and so on.
Very good. Is that the conclusion of your presentation?
Yes, we've covered the main points, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so we will go into board questions. And if I may ask, is Michelle Anderson here? Michelle, could you please get up and go to the dais? I have a couple questions for you.
Good evening.
Good evening. You've been here from the very first. We've heard words that have been shared that were very critical of this board when we approved Isaac back in 2018, was it?
18 for the start of this 2019 school year. Yeah.
Right. And your your particular school, the people, the kids, the community is a very special community. We've heard from some of them this evening. These are the high-risk kids. Can you tell me a little bit about this community?
Certainly, I can. First of all, when Padmini decided to open a school, we had talked with her on a previous occasion of what she was looking at. And we were asking her where she was going to concentrate. And she probably did some of the best homework I've seen of any charter leader, in that she located an area that was very specifically that was being underserved. And when people in the Newport Mesa School District came out and were in opposition, when I talked to one of your previous board members who has since retired and talked to him about what was going on, we said, look at the schools surrounding where she wants to set up. And those schools were not as successful as schools on the other side of the tracks. And in this case, she has set it up. She has gone out to the community, enrolled the students that wanted something different, but also needed a quality program that were going to meet the students' needs. And we're talking the Hispanic community. We're talking some immigrant community folks. So we're seeing her meeting the needs of quite a few of these families. Lots of free and reduced lunch kiddos as well. And as you heard, even through this pandemic, these kids were still being served.
Your role is what?
I have, the board approved a consulting agreement for me back on their last board meeting, which was June 24th. And I started officially July 1, doing work for them, working through this process. We put together the implementation plan, and I would say it was darn successful in the fact that we've already submitted and gotten all of that refunds taken care of. I know that was a real concern to charter staff. We heard them. They were concerned that we wouldn't be able to get through and find families, that there would be issues with flexible spending. We asked this particular question of families, how that would affect them. They replied back, and so we have dealt with this. So I'm feeling very happy that one part of what I worked on has already come to fruition, and that's taken care of. The next piece I will be working on with them will be recruitment for school. If the other site comes through, will be to, first of all, work with them on the CUP. I'm working with Kimberly, the new principal. So we'll be working on the CUP through the city of Costa Mesa. Once that happens, at that point, then it would be recruitment of students and the implementation of moving students over, the little ones, over to the Boys and Girls Club. I will say I've seen both sites. The Boys and Girls Club, if you had a TK through second grader, it's a little bit, I feel it's a little bit safer of a site, so that would be a good thing for those kids. Because right now at the other school, they will have to be escorted to a restroom because it's on the other side of the campus at their Prop 39 site.
Okay, I've been very supportive of this school.
Yes.
I went out of my way to make it
Yes, you did.
so you would be successful. I visited your school several times. We've taken a lot of flack from the community, from political differing opinions on how your school would be successful. I think it was successful, but we have to admit something happened along the way, and the pandemic was not good.
Oh,
It hurt a lot of schools.
Many.
I think in pandemic, this is where I'll be a little critical of you. You didn't go to your legal team and your back office team to get those detailed questions. And to the board member, wherever she is, the board president, thank you for your impassioned plea. I think you were set up. I think you've had a lot of bad PR. I think you were bullied by Newport Mesa. I hope that you can work things out. You need to be the leader because it takes this entire community to get the school back on its feet, to be successful. I kind of know a little bit about you. I know you're that leader. I know you can do it. But just don't forget this woman, your legal team, Janelle, and your back office, Pedro. He did an excellent job. And so I was actually going to make the nomination to give the notice for a violation. I was going to do that.
And I told you after the last meeting that if there were things that were not resolved, that's the process.
Yeah.
And Miles Durfee from CCSA said that the process, when it works right.
So the
We-
notice of violation is not a revocation
No.
of your charter, you know that.
That's
Okay,
right.
It's just a
It's an
process by
opportunity
which
to
we're
fix
gonna
it.
keep you on track so you can complete
But I think you looked at
everything.
those three things and you heard tonight and you see evidence that those issues have been resolved.
Right. So I was gonna make that motion. I'm not gonna make that motion now. But I would like to see this come back to our August meeting. Again, an update, very similar to what we're doing here. We're gonna put you on the hot seat. We're gonna
And
make you uncomfortable.
Kimberly will lead that update for you.
Okay. I'd like to see that because I do have a lot of confidence in your school. I grew up in Costa Mesa. I rode by those streets, that school on the way to 19th, 20th Street, Newport Beach as a kid. So I know those communities. I know those families, and you really are making a difference. And I have the greatest hope and aspirations for you.
And I would like to say that we are looking to work with the community and we invite you when school starts, every member of this board and Dr. Maharis, charter staff, as well as community members that have not had the most favorable opinion, we invite them to come to the school to walk through and see the processes, see what happens, see how the students are learning. You know me, the one thing I'm passionate about is that kids get taken care of. New charters are tough. That much I'll say. It's a very rare case. Jason, I'll toot your horn. You're one of the few that's really taken a new charter and run with it really well from day one. But everybody else, there's hiccups along the way. This is how we get through. And I thank staff for putting them under the microscope. It's only going to make this school better. And more kids can get served. That's the deal.
I'll go to my right, Mary.
Okay, I made some notes because I didn't want to forget anything.
Lisa won't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I made some notes because I didn't want to forget anything. First of all, I want to thank everyone for being here. We appreciate, of course, the staff and all of the back rooms and all of your support, but also all the families and your passion. Hearing from you, I think, is really important. Appreciate that you addressed and resolved our concerns. For the most part, they're resolved. I know some of them are still a work in process, but I feel confident that you're resolving them. You pulled the material revision until you resolve the other issues, which I think is important. You're looking forward. You have a new back office, which we're familiar with Icon and very pleased with that. Janelle's awesome. We've worked with Janelle, so we're pleased that Janelle is part of the team. Thank you, Janelle. As Ken said, please keep her in the loop. You have a wonderful, wonderful new principal. Very pleased for that as well. Listening to Arturo, it sounds like you're financially sound. Perhaps you'll need a little bit of a loan in there, but I'm sure you'll be wise with that. Everyone's paid back as of tomorrow. But most important, you have happy, healthy children. Listening to these parents, you're serving your children well, and that's what you're meant to do. And it's so comforting and pleasing to hear that, really. So I am very, very impressed, as I'm sure others here are. But as Miles said, we must remain diligent, and that's so important to stay on the path. And I just want to say how much I really appreciate everyone being here today.
Thank you. Well, I was very impressed with the passion from the parents who spoke. And not only came and spoke, we have a stack of written correspondence as well. So it's very clear to me that the parents there at the school are very supportive and very happy and pleased. So that was very encouraging, as well as the additional help you're getting on the administrative side. So I kind of think two things can be true at the same time. I think the students are probably being very well served and having a good experience and learning, and it's great. There have been mistakes on the administrative side, and those are kind of both have happened simultaneously. But I'm very pleased to see that you are working to correct that. And I wonder if I could ask Mr. Rowland just to come to the mic real quick. While we're here in open session for the edification not only of the board but just the public out there, can you be very precise in explaining to us what this NOV means exactly? What does it do, not do? And just to be clear.
It's been explained to the board earlier by multiple advocates here. What it really does is it identifies problems that the board sees in the board's view and gives them an opportunity to cure. It's a due process sort of thing. You can issue the notice of violation, you can put in place the process to cure, they can keep coming before you and demonstrate that they've met your expectations or not. And if they don't meet your expectations, then you have the authority and the discretion to issue a notice of revocation once the process has gone through its steps. Again, the notice of violation here today, I don't envy your decision, frankly. Your constituents gave you the power to make these decisions, and there's nothing clear in the law about what exactly is a notice of violation and what exactly is not. So I don't envy your decision, but I envy my position because this board and the staff and this charter have gone through a very robust public process to explain concerns, address them, and allow you to exercise your discretion accordingly. So I hope that was precise enough for you.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. And just to make it very clear what we, I mean, it is within our discretion to do this or not. And I guess that's just what I wanted to make sure was very clear.
And as you said, Trustee Shaw, two things can be true at the same time. Two things can be true at the same time. Reasonable minds can differ, and reasonable minds are differing here. There are some very nuanced legal points that have been made, but ultimately, at the end of the day, it is this board's decision whether to issue a notice of violation or not.
Thank you. I'm done. Thank you.
Well, I have so many questions and they're written all over the place, so bear with me for just a moment. This is for Isaac. The budget for the Boys and Girls Club that was mentioned, as you're preparing for the Boys and Girls Club, what exactly are you asking for in the CUP? Because we got in one of our documents, it just had the name of the planning department. That didn't tell me what you're trying to do. So maybe you could explain to me what you're trying to do at the Boys and Girls Club with the CUP.
The Boys and Girls Club has 6 classrooms that can be used as classrooms for our students. Out of those 6 classrooms, 1 would be not utilized by them for after-school care. So that's one that we could, have our materials at all through the day. The rest of the rooms, the rest of the 5 classrooms would be vacated by us by 2:40 at the end of our school day, and then taken over by Boys and Girls Club for providing after-school care. Obviously, many of our students might attend that after-school care, but our commitment is until 2:40. That would be the utilization.
Okay, how many students are you going to have in there?
So we thought we could begin by saying about 50 students, and having that classroom vacated from the Prop 39 facility will really just give us room to breathe more than necessarily growth, because it will allow us to have a separate room, for example, for a career technical education lab, which, in the initial design, without the second facility, the classrooms at the Prop 39 facility are very well-sized. They're 960
Okay, I want to stay on the Boys and Girls Club for
Okay.
though.
So anyway, so we would basically use it as room to breathe, room to spread out a little bit, have some additional rooms that could be, common use, resource center, that kind of thing.
Okay, but the CUP, if I recall correctly, and it's in one of these notebooks here, it was for, I believe, 24 students, but they were like 3 to 6-year-olds.
Correct. That
So
is
what
correct.
that's why I'm asking, what are you asking for on the CUP from the city of Costa
Right,
Mesa?
so we are asking for TK through 2nd grade students. And I don't remember the number of students offhand, but I want to say it was 96, maybe 96 or 110. I have to look it up and tell you exactly.
At the Boys and Girls Club?
Correct. So that would be on the maximum. If we utilized all of the rooms that are available as classrooms, according to the Boys and Girls Club, they would be rated for about 24 students in each room. So we thought, 4 classrooms, if we did 4 classrooms, would be 96. We could potentially have 1 be a lab and 1 be a AV resource center kind of a thing. If we really felt like we wanted to add 1 more classroom, we could do that. And so we were, I believe we decided to do potentially 5
So
classrooms.
the CUP, you're asking the city of Costa Mesa
to increase the occupancy fourfold? Because it's right, it was at 24, I believe, and now you're asking for like
yes,
96 to 100.
So yes, so that original CUP was for a school, preschool, through kindergarten.
Right.
Which occupied one room that was their own, that they kept, and one additional room from the Boys and Girls Club. So they only occupied 2 classrooms.
Okay, so what documentation is the city of Costa Mesa asking you for that accommodation?
So we have submitted a full set of, all of a large number of documents, including plans, including, the layout of the whole facility, including the playground space. They've asked for various other things. Oh, things like how do we actually plan to utilize the space? Where would the students, when would the different classrooms be in use of the playground? What is the expected number of cars that would be pulling up for dropping off kids? How much space is there for them to line up in the driveway? Is there space in the driveway for those who need to park to be able to get in? And, it's a very detailed set of questions that have to be answered.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a challenge there. Okay, I'll move on. I'm a little bit challenged by some of the comments that were made by your folks here. And I expressed this last time that I was really concerned about your board and their response to some of these things. Your board member indicated that a parent complaint started this whole thing, and was it really a parent complaint? There was an LA Times article. I did not see the article, so I can't really speak to it. But then also talked about responding to every request timely. And that I am really challenged with, because I'm looking at documents from our charter unit who asked for information on April 7th, April 13th, April 23rd, April 27th, June 3rd, and that was as of June 11th. And this board member saying they respond to every request timely, they provide meticulous documentation, and then the next sentence is the wrong document was sent, we mistakenly sent the wrong budget. That really concerns me. I mean, that just shows really a lack of oversight. And if you've got a lack of oversight, I'm concerned. I'm concerned for these parents out here who believe their children are getting a great education, and they might be, but if your board is not overseeing the whole organization, I really have difficulty with this. The fact that, that parent complaint came to us, I don't know, a couple months ago, and just recently, have you refunded checks? And we just literally got this on the dais. This should have taken place months ago when this was first brought up, and it should have been researched and it should have been taken care of. That concerns me. And it's almost as though your feet are on the fire right now, and now you're going to do something. And that concerns me, because there's been months of dialogue, months of requests for information. And yet it wasn't until we decided at our last meeting, we were going to give you one more shot to try to get this resolved. And we still don't really have a whole lot of information in my mind. Okay. You had the first year you had 63 students. What did you have in the second year? Because I heard 100 and then I heard 150. So I have no idea what the actual number is.
Yeah, so in the first year, the ADA was 67, I believe, so it was about 72 students, and the attendance was 67. In the second year, we had a little over 150, 153 enrolled. I don't know how you would even look at ADA in this situation. So the 100 was the conservative budget that was cast in June.
Okay, so there was conversation that there were only 100 students enrolled, but yet you would receive funding for 150.
That's inaccurate.
Okay, but that's what you have said, your team has said over the past month or so. This is why I'm confused, is because I keep getting different information every time you folks get in front of us.
Yeah, I would like to state clearly that we had 150 plus students enrolled. We were funded at 100 students.
Okay, well, that's not what was said earlier. Now,
Yeah,
the
please,
on,
please.
okay,
Can I jump in?
yes, go ahead.
So enrollment is over 150 students. The plan that they submitted for their growth formula to the state was their second budget that got approved, which was 150. However, the state, the SB 820, mentioned growth is only up to your highest enrollment projection, either at your second interim from the prior school year or the first preliminary budget. So the first preliminary budget, which was in June, was for 100 students. So initially, what they submitted was 150 during that application period, and the state was funding off of that amount. But the preliminary budget was 100. So that's the final amount that the state is apportioning for the entire school year, although they have 150 students. It's very unique for this year because of COVID and how the state decided to fund since schools weren't calculating ADA.
Okay. All right. The charter unit indicated that there were classes being held through July. Can you clarify that for me, please?
So so first of all, there are no classes. It's summer session. We did float a remedial program for summer. It is fully online. We have one, let me step back. There are several of Isaac students who are physically at the Boys and Girls Club receiving summer camp services from the Boys and Girls Club. The question was raised about ESY or extended school year services for special ed students when the charter staff came over. We do have one student who requires special services extended through the summer because the concern is that there might be learning loss if the student does not receive some services some number of minutes through the summer. And that teacher will be back from vacation July 12th. And our plan has been to go ahead and do it online. Again, I misunderstood when the charter staff was there. It seemed like they were concerned that the student would need in person, and so we were confused, literally. We had a conversation with Araceli, and she said, no, absolutely no, there should be no service provided. And in today's conversation, it looks as though the child will need in-person services, but that we will not be able to provide it, not having a space to do so, and we may need to maybe work with the district to find a way to serve that student.
Well, once again, I'm back to mistaken, misunderstood.
It's a difficult.
It's constant though. It consistently happens. Well, I'm done with my questions.
Okay, Dr. Sparks, out there virtual lab.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, my questions have been answered at this point, but I just wanted to make a few comments. And I'd like to first shout out to the team who, I mean, you all are fighting for the parents, and listening to the parents tonight was so gratifying because I know this has been a long and winding road for not only the team, but also, you know, for the parents to know that they're, you know, they're being fought for. Their needs are being fought for. And I really, truly appreciate that. I'm so impressed with your tenacity, your perseverance, and encourage you to continue on. Now, given some of the questions and comments, particularly from last month, where there were a lot of questions, I'm pleased, as many have echoed tonight, that we've gotten a lot of, you know, progress and responses, particularly for the three primary issues that needed to be addressed. So I'm very encouraged by that. And I echo what Ken had said. I was, you know, a bit concerned last month, really cheering for you, hoping you could address these concerns. And you've really, you know, hit a home run in that. I know you still have a few more bases to go. And I want to encourage you to keep your due diligence. And, but I just wanted to throw those additional comments out there because the parents have come here and given their stories, and it's very heartwarming to know that there is choice in the Costa Mesa, Newport area, because obviously it's very needed. And so I really hope that we can resolve and dot all these I's and cross all these T's and just keep up the great work. Thank you.
Like to make one comment. I forgot about Michelle Anderson because she's hiding behind. I can't see her, but she's also been instrumental, I think, in her assistance and her guidance. So we appreciate that. At this point, I would like to make a motion to go ahead and lay items number 8 and 15 on the table until August. I feel that the progress you've made has been outstanding, but that we need to stay vigilant. And so if my other members would agree, I'd like to lay it on the table till next month.
And I will second that motion. Any further discussion on the motion, the second to lay on the table and bring it back, this entire issues in August? I'm sorry, we don't take. Well, no, it's not. I'm sorry, Martha. It's item number 8 and 15. So anyway, we have a motion and a second to lay this on the table to bring it back in August. Barring any further discussion, all those in favor, let's do roll call. Nina?
Trustee Gomez?
No.
Trustee Shaw?
Yes.
Trustee Sparks?
Yes.
Trustee Markey?
Yes.
And President Williams?
Yes. Very good. Moving on with our meeting, we are now going to public comments. And do we have any public comments?
We have 2 public comments. We have Michael Scott, followed by Brenda Lepsack. Finally. Did you hear me, Brenda? You're after Michael.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Maharis. Wonderful to see your smiles again. First off, I want to thank you for not passing us a year ago. It would have been a terrible year to have opened a charter school. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to give you a quick summary of things. Our school is full, except for 6 spots we have in 5th grade that are available. So we have 378 students. If anybody knows a 5th grader that wants to join our school, we have these open spots anywhere in the county. We have a wait list of more than 100, though, in the rest of the grades. Wow. We have received the $600,000 public charter school grant to help our budget. Huge. We never included that in the beginning. We're glad to get it. One of 14 schools. We've received a $50,000 foundation grant from the Larry and Helen Hogue Foundation. We've also going to receive a $140,000 grant for our STEM program by the Kay Family Foundation. If you're not familiar with the Kay Family Foundation, they're very active. And in fact, Ethan Kay has joined our board yesterday. We have an open house July 29th. All the board members are invited, as you are as well. And Dr. Williams, you'll be invited to speak for 3 minutes if you so desire.
It'll be more.
Yeah. Can you come and measure that?
That was very funny.
Okay. We have 7 Mandarin-speaking teachers, native Mandarin speakers, 7 English, 2 bilingual office workers, and a full-time special ed teacher that is bilingual as well. Our teachers speak, and we think of ourselves as an international school, Mandarin, English, Cantonese, Taiwanese, Korean, Russian, and Farsi fluently. We also have an agreement with Orange County Music and Dance. If you know Doug Freeman, the leader of that school, we're going to have a premier music and dance program in our after-school program, including some classes on Wednesday. Douglas Freeman retired after 30 years as a UC Irvine Professor of Law. He's actually the founder of National Philanthropic Day. And against the advice where they say that free advice is only worth what you pay for it, that's incorrect. Mr. Freeman has been invaluable. Do I have time to finish up a few more? Or should I stop?
Well, we'll
Public
give you
comment.
15, 20 seconds. How
Got
about
it. We have an Edison initiative that we're teaching science in Mandarin. There are 935 patents from the US, 925 from China, so half the new knowledge is coming out in Chinese. So we're going to teach Mandarin Chinese. We have insurance for everything. Athena Advance has done a wonderful job. And we have an agreement with Hope International University as a partnership for credentialing and H-1B visas. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. I went to Hope International. All right. Honorable Board of Education, my name is Brenda Lebsack. I'm a public school teacher in Orange County and a former school board member. And I want to thank you all for valuing transparency. Thank you for consistently informing the public about controversial topics and for allowing people to hear both sides. Thank you for respecting the intelligence of your constituents by allowing us to come to our own conclusions. Thank you for asking the hard questions on our behalf and for digging beneath the surface. Thank you for valuing local control. Your hard work and tenacity is so appreciated. Unfortunately, the California School Board Association, which is supposed to help you as school board members serve your constituents, has gravely let you down by opposing the transparency bill, SB 217. California parents were simply asking school districts for greater transparency of controversial sex education by placing the contents on district websites so parents would not have to arrange appointments with districts or take off work to view materials. CSBA has forgotten who their customers are. Their opposition letter on April 23, 2021 revealed their true colors. They do not want board members to assist parents in partnering in their children's education. They want board members to protect educational bureaucrats, so accountability and the balance of power will be stifled. Honorable trustees, please consider ending your membership with CSBA. They do not deserve taxpayer money of over $20,000 for annual dues. They are a monopolization of power. SB 217 was a whittling down of SB 673, where millions of parents on January 2020 were represented in favor, but parents' simple request to require a written permission slip for sex education for only elementary grades was denied. At this point, California parents are begging for crumbs to preserve their God-given rights, and every time they try, they're disregarded and treated like second-class citizens in Sacramento. Thank you, trustees, for valuing parents of all races, all languages, and all socioeconomic groups. You reflect authenticity and servanthood. You risk being misunderstood and maligned because you seek to do what is right rather than to do what's easy. I look forward to the upcoming forum, hearing both sides of critical race theory and ethnic studies. We, the people, deserve the dignity to be informed partners in our children's education. I'm grateful this board takes a higher road than CSBA when it comes to prioritizing transparency, and that's why we voted for you. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Brenda. Any more public comments?
Nope.
Okay, moving on with the meeting. This is the meeting that we change the governing executive committee. And we are on item number 10.
President Williams, before you move to that, can I just, for clarification for the record, we never announced Trustee Sparks coming into the meeting, so I just want to mention that she came into closed session. She was not in the meeting earlier today, but she came into your closed session and then entered the general portion of the meeting at 5. So just so that the minutes reflect that.
Okay.
And then also the fact that item number 9 was taken off of the agenda before the public was present.
Correct.
So I wanted to make sure that the public was aware of that for the record also.
Sure. Thank you. So for the election of officers, I am going to nominate Mary Barkey to be the president. Are there any other nominations for board president? Barring none, I close nominations. All those in favor of Mary Barkey say aye.
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 Opposed?
Abstain?
I'll
Aye.
abstain.
Motion passed. And Lisa Sparks? I didn't hear you?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Your
I'd
vote
like
was
to
yes
nominate
in
Ken
favor of
Williams for
Mary?
vice president.
I think she just nominated you as vice president, if I heard her correctly. I'll second that. Do you need a second?
Yes,
Point
correct.
point of order, that the new president will conduct the
Right.
vice president nomination. So-
Okay.
But
So,
you nominated
Mary.
Mary, and who was the second on that?
Well, we closed up the nominations.
I know, but I didn't get a second on it, so that's why I just want to make sure, because you were doing the nominations.
I'd be pleased to second her.
Thank you. Just want to take us backwards, make sure we have it in order, no one can
Sure,
challenge it.
sure, no, we're all for that. We've done it differently in the past, but that's okay. Okay, so we have a nomination. It's been closed, it's been seconded. All those in favor of Mary Barkey for president, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye, Lisa? Okay.
Lisa's barely awake.
Is she awake?
It's 4:00 in the morning.
Aye.
There she is. Tim, your vote is aye?
It is.
And Becky,
Mine
what
was
was yours?
abstain.
Abstain. Okay, so motion passes 4-0-1. Okay, so you are now the president. You get to run this show.
Well, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your confidence. I would now like to ask if there are any nominations for vice president.
I would like to nominate Ken Williams as vice president.
Do we have any other nominations for vice president? Hearing none, I would
No.
like a second.
We need to have a second. I'll second Ken.
Thank you. All those in favor of Ken as the vice president, say aye.
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 Aye. Are you going to vote for yourself?
I'll abstain from myself.
You're going to abstain from yourself? Becky?
Abstain.
Okay, so we have 3 ayes and 2 abstentions. Congratulations, Ken.
Thank you. Okay, so now, typically what we do is items number 11 and 12, we'll do this next month.
Okay.
And so we'll lay it on the table, and 12, that's just meeting dates. We have to vote on that.
Okay, so we're on to number 12.
You're not
Wait,
doing
I'm done
what's
number
in
11.
11, let's lay that on the table.
Oh, so number 11, we'll lay that on the table.
Yeah, normally we do that in the August, is that right, Nina?
You just did
No,
it that way last year, was the first
We
time.
normally do it in July.
Yeah, so it's up to you all, though. If you aren't prepared to do it this time, it can be late.
It's in the book unless,
It's
do
on
you
page
want?
16.
Yeah, I mean, unless there's some concerns or,
There's really only 2 that have to be done, because the executive committee is just going to change, it will be Barkey Williams again, just in different role. CCBE and CSBA carry over that, because those were, that is based on CSBA's term. So the political action group,
Can I nominate Tim Shaw for that? Tim, will you?
I'll
will you be
second
willing
that.
To do that?
Sure, what is it?
you have to say yes before we tell you.
No, it's 3 meetings a year.
It's 3 meetings a year.
Okay,
All right. So
And they're evening meetings, so.
it would, do you know what day of the week it is generally?
Wednesdays.
Wednesdays? So, okay, that would work then. Assuming we don't conflict.
Oh, right.
No, you don't.
Okay.
Okay.
And usually you all take them all as one, so I don't know. OCSBA and PTA liaison are the only other 2.
No, I'm willing to continue for OCSBA.
Okay. Dr. Sparks, are you willing to continue as the PTA liaison?
Sure.
There's a delay, sure.
Okay. And do we need a second liaison?
No, you all did that last year just so that
To bring
it was
Tim-
Tim's first year.
Okay. Okay, so we'll just leave it at that. Okay. Do we
So
need?
do you want to amend your motion for all of those, so that you can do the whole slate?
Sure, Sure, I will make a motion to approve the slate as just discussed. Executive Committee, Barkey and Williams. OCB Board of Directors will remain Gomez as well as the delegate. Shaw will take over as the Political Action Group. OCSBA will remain Gomez, and Sparks will continue as a PTA liaison. Do I need a motion for that?
And it's only Sparks, not Shaw, too?
Right,
on
it's on,
PTA?
yes,
Okay.
yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do we need a motion for that?
Second.
I'll second.
Second.
Okay.
Ken?
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Sparks, are you an aye?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
She's tired.
Yes. Okay, moving on to number 12. Okay, so I'd like a motion to approve the dates for starting today through July of 22. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay,
Second.
second. All those in favor?
Can I just ask one question?
Sure.
So we're saying that the board meetings will begin at 5. Is the intent to have closed session at 4?
I think as long as a closed session is necessary, yes.
Okay, well, normally we do, so
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
4 o'clock.
I think they'll be winding down a little bit, but yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, there's always something in closed session,
Yep.
though.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Sparks?
Aye.
Okay, passes 5-0.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to, what's that? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so the informational items. Renee? Do you have some updates for us?
I do. So I'll start with the budget updates by the,
You want to move the mic closer to you?
yes. I'll start with some of the budget updates while the team gets the video up for Harbor Learning Center North. So in your red packet, I believe I did include a spreadsheet I thought would be helpful for you. This is all of the COVID, it looks like this in your red folder. So it's all of the different COVID relief we have or will be receiving. And so it'll tell you your allotment, the date, when the funds need to be spent by, and then also what the purposes of those funds are supposed to be. So you've seen a lot of that as we've gone through, but we still have quite a bit. The last funding that we've been notified of is the ESSER 3. And so that allotment looks like it could be $20 million for us. And so I just want to give you that for informational items. You will be receiving a plan for the ESSER 3 that needs to be adopted in September, I believe. And so we've just gotten the template for that and we're just working on it. But those expenditures can go through 2024. As far as the state budget itself, we are all still trying to digest the multiple trailer bill language that we have. Just the Senate part is over 13 pages, and so we haven't been able to look at everything yet, but to give you some highlights of what that looks like, it is called either AB or SB 130, and so I think this is Jeff's version right here, so you can see it's very large. Some of the good news out of it is it specifies paying off all of the deferrals for 21, 22, and 2021. And so especially for the charter schools, that would be extremely helpful because that was a burden for them. It eliminates the multi-year supplemental funding that was adopted in 2021 because they have been able to make up any shortfall that was budgeted originally in 2021. It's allocating funds for the expanded learning opportunities, TK through 6. They're putting $1.75 billion in 21-22 with the hope that goes up to $5 billion. But trying to look at the legislation, the newest thing I just read says it's only allocated to districts that have an unduplicated count of 80% or more. So that will narrow the number of districts that can actually qualify for that. We will be receiving a small increase to the funding because the students that are unduplicated, we get the supplemental amount and then the concentration. They are moving that amount up from 55% to 65%, and so that's like a $1.2 million increase to our funding. They make several changes to the AB 86 in-person learning grants. One of the things they did was they had originally put that money from Proposition 98. They're now replacing that with federal funds. They have a lot of money going to transitional kindergarten that will begin in 22-23, and it achieves universal TK eligibility for all students in 25-26. And so there's also another $490 million for facility grants for that program and $300 million for planning and implementation grants. Another $300 million for career technical programs. And they're promising that to be ongoing funds, which is great for us. There is some concerns with some of the language amending the independent study programs. We feel like some of that could be very burdensome, and so we're trying to look at that as closely as we can. $150 billion one-time for educator effectiveness block grants. $350 million for teacher residency programs. $125 million for the California Classified School Employee Teacher Credentialing Program. We feel, especially for special education, that can be very beneficial to us to continue that. An increase in the special education funding up to $715 per student, so that is over a $65 per student increase. And another $450 million for SELPAs for learning recovery to support pupils who are impacted by COVID. And then we have MTSS was funded, again, $50 million to MTSS, and a whole host of other funds that we're not really sure whether we're eligible to receive or will actually go through the budget process. And so we will be giving you an update. They are supposed to vote on this budget trailer bill language tomorrow, and then assuming the governor signs it. So we thought we would have a more complete picture by now, but there's been a lot of negotiation between the governor and the legislature. So that's where we stand right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think they're going to I'm sorry, do you have questions, Becky?
Yeah, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but when you say funding and cheat in the same sentence, maybe we could say.
I'm sorry, that was an internal thing, yes, because we can't keep all the funding straight, so we're having a really
Maybe
hard
just
time.
a funding summary sheet?
That probably would be a better use of words, you're correct.
Yeah, I really like that word.
She
cheat
called it
next to
her
funding.
She called it her cheat sheet because I kept asking questions and she was tired of trying to answer me because I couldn't remember all the different types of funding. So I will correct that. Thank you.
That would make me feel comfortable. Thank you.
Yes. I forgot to mention also, there is some concern we have on the budget because there is some language in the trailer bill that specifies that ongoing appropriations of funds for special education programs in 22-23 will be contingent upon making statutory changes to the programs. And that's all it says. And so we're not really sure what that means. And so that's very concerning. Like, well, what does that mean and what does that look like? And so that will be one of the things we look at closely. So with that, I think they can queue up Harbor Learning Center North. Here is some good news for you. And they shot this on June 30th. And look how many buildings we have. And one's actually painted. We are running over a month ahead of schedule at this point. Not amazing?
Congratulations.
Yeah, so I think we're very excited. The other piece of news I will share with you is that, we had, you guys agreed that we went into a joint powers agreement for the insurance for this. So we had a owner operated insurance for this program, which our contractors didn't like as much because it put a lot of eyes on them all the time. They said this is one of the cleanest jobs they've ever seen. They have not had any violations, and they're out there at least twice a month. And so they've been very, very impressed. And so thanks to our facilities team who keep a constant eye on it, and also our project manager and the construction company's been doing a great job. So, and that's all I have.
Great. Thank you. Moving on to announcements. Superintendent?
Yes, thank you, Madam President, and congratulations to you and Dr. Williams for your new roles. Just a couple of points I'd like to underscore. First of all, Dr. Steve McLaughlin is the new superintendent. You may have heard that at the Joint Union, Fullerton Joint Union High School District. And I wanted to give a shout out for Scott Scambray, Dr. Scambray, who is retiring. So at the end of this month, Steve McLaughlin will take over at that very large and strong school district. And he comes with a bunch of experience as a history teacher, taught AVID classes, held many of the traditional seats of administrator, principal, and so forth, and was formerly, or currently, and will soon transition, but currently the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services for the Fountain Valley Unified School District. Then I wanted to also do a shout out to Dr. Hinneberger, who left the room. I presume he's in the men's room, but who knows? And anyway, he has been very instrumental in accentuating the enormous impact that the Westminster city, the city of Westminster has done to salute the Mendes family, Gonzalo and Felicitas Mendes, in the famous desegregation case that you're all aware of. So last week, the Huntington Beach Union High School District at Westminster High School created the new Learning Pavilion in honor of Sylvia Mendes. As you know, there were three brothers, and two brothers, excuse me, and Sylvia, and they were the children. But she took on the face. She was the eldest at age 9 when this was going on, so she became the face of the famous lawsuit. And it's just a phenomenal lawsuit when I think about it, because it really did topple separate but equal across the country, if not the globe, and all of it happening here in Orange County. So with this new learning center at Westminster High School, and Dr. Harwick, the superintendent, as well as the principal of the school, Amy Sabal, and the board members were there to dedicate the school. It's on that campus. It's a learning center in honor of the Mendes family. And if you ever have an opportunity to go see it, you should, because there's some very exquisite artwork featuring Sylvia and others right on the building. And it's going to be a great testament of the family and everybody else that rallied around this cause. And also there's a special emphasis upon the Minamitsu family, Japanese family, that were held in a concentration camp, and the bond that they established with the Mendes family. I also want to let you know that the Irvine middle schoolers took top honors at the virtual National History Day Finals. And the schools are Sierra Vista Middle School was the school that brought this distinction to the Irvine Unified School District. And I wanted to also do a commendation to the superintendent and the district. Terry Walker's the superintendent, because they have been leaders in online learning. Despite the fact that there's been such a pushback on virtual learning and all the issues that we've had with Zooms, all the video conferencing that we've done, we've had a lot of issues with it, but they've done a great job. Then I wanted to, moving right along, this is a piece of history that this has never happened before, but the Lowell Joint School District became the first school district in California to switch counties. It's never happened before. And a lot of people have tried to, a lot of districts have tried to annex out of some counties. And were not allowed to. They were prohibited, or they didn't go through the very arduous steps of bringing it to the voters and making a case and having the voters approve it. I wanted to also give a shout out to the board, because they were very instrumental. Mr. Bill Hines, he's the president of the board of Lowell Joint Unified School District. Melissa Salinas, vice president. Karen Shaw is somebody you know.
I've heard of her.
Tim's mother, I don't know if you knew that, is on the board. And Fred Schambeck, member, and Stacy Shackelford. Also wanted to praise Jim Coombs, the superintendent, for his very patient and wise leadership through this whole process. And what's happening here is that they are moving from under the jurisdiction of the LACO, the LA County Office of Education, to the Orange County Office of Education. So now officially, we will have 29 districts, if you include us as a district, 28 regular districts, not 27, which we currently have. So that's quite a feat, and we're now happy. That means that we do all the LCAPs, we do local accountability plans will now be done by this office, their budget will be done by this office. We've always welcomed Lowell to our meetings, so they've always been welcome, and they've taken a place right at the table with the other superintendents, and they've been along for years. I can remember when I was superintendent in Santa Ana, we had a superintendent at the time who used to come to all the meetings, participate with all the superintendents, embrace, but very technically and very legally, they weren't part of this county. Now they are. So that's all I have under my reports, Madam President.
Thank you. And they're a great board, so I'm excited that they have joined us.
Yeah.
If I might, Dr. Maharis, I don't know if you knew this, when that was put to the voters of the Lowell District, I actually signed the ballot argument.
Oh, I didn't know
for
that.
it. But this was before I was on this board. But if I could, I wanted to ask you a question. I was asked a question today, and I didn't know if I was answering it properly. So the question of little ones wearing masks in the fall as we look forward to the next school year, who will be deciding that? If that happens, who's deciding exactly? Is that each local district, the county healthcare agency, the governor, the president, I don't know who. And I'm not sure if anyone knows, but I mean, what is your understanding?
So after age 7, wearing masks.
Right.
Frankly, we are waiting for final advice on that. So I know it's difficult for all of us. We're not masked up here. And I've heard people say, should the children be the last to be unmasked? When, in fact, we know that the virus has not ravaged children like it has potential or perhaps has in the adult community, especially the elderly and those with comorbidities. But there are the variants out there that have, I think, created an issue for the California Department of Public Health. So the California Department of Public Health, our local healthcare agency, getting advice from the CDC, I think that's what we'll know. I think we're going to get something from them very soon now. And I'm looking over at Mr. Real, our legal counsel, who's been working very closely in this process. But do you want to say anything, Jeff, really quickly on this?
Yes, we're currently waiting for, the CDPH is waiting for updated guidance from the center, from CDC, which specifically for K-12 schools, which should be coming out, as they've indicated, every week. I think every week they indicate it'll come out next week. We heard yesterday, but it hasn't come out. CDPH has gone on record as trying to align with CDC's recommendation so that there isn't a discrepancy between the state regulation or the state recommendation and CDC's recommendation. Until that time, through a state health order, we continue to have to follow the K-12 guidance that was issued last year. But we're all anticipating new guidance coming out in the next couple of days, if not weeks, that will address specifically the face covering issue.
Now you're using an interesting word, words guidance and recommendations. So, of course, as an attorney, I'm sure you're very precise with your wording. So should the state and federal government offer guidance and recommendations, and a local district says, well, we're not following that? I mean, are they within their right to do that?
It will depend on how the guidance is issued. There's mandatory guidance, and then there's also recommendations from CDPH. So, for instance, this last year, we've been required to follow the K-12 guidance as a mandatory requirement for most issues. Some of theirs are recommendations that are not mandatory, and they'll indicate that at times. And some of their recommendations or some of their requirements we do need to follow. So it will depend on what is actually issued by CDPH.
Yeah, and Trustee Shaw, if I could just clarify, one of the confusing parts for us is that we're under 3 separate orders right now, which is what Mr. Real keeps trying to explain to me. So in a public meeting, we have a public part which follows an attestation process, right? Our employees at this office are under the Cal OSHA guidelines, which luckily those did get amended. So we were able to, if you attest that you've been vaccinated, you don't need to wear your mask. All of our school sites are still under the K-14 are all required to wear masks. indoors. And outdoors if it's less than 500 people. So it's very complicated for us because depending on what communication you're sending, it depends on which segment of the population. So just to keep that in mind, there's a lot of different moving parts to that.
Well, I understand, and that's why everyone is so confused. No one's sure what to make of what's coming in the next school year, so. Thank you for letting me ask you that.
It's a great question, and in general, that's been the most difficult part of it all, and that is that we've had conflicting orders or mandates, and then even in the space of 2 or 3 days, we've had things change on us. And it's really hard because you're dealing with superintendents and board members and teachers, principals, classified staff, the whole thing, and it really does tax people when you say one thing and then 2 days later tell them we're now doing something else. So it just doesn't build public confidence.
Okay, Nina.
Just a reminder, your forum on July 27th is actually a special board meeting. So agenda would need to be finalized by next week so that we can post and have that done, so in terms of layout. And then the next regularly scheduled meeting is August 4th, and so you have until July 21st if any board members have items for that agenda.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Do we have any legislative updates?
Nothing to report. There is a county school board delegate assembly at the end of this month, so I may have some updates after attending that meeting, so.
All right, board member comments.
I just had a couple things. I just want to mention that I attended the College and Career Prep and Access School graduations, as well as the Rancho Alamitos and Pacifica High School graduations in the Garden Grove Unified School District. And I also wanted to wish Jeff well. It's been a pleasure working with you, and you've been a wonderful addition to the county, and I wish you well in your next endeavors, and please keep in touch. Thank you.
If I might, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Lowell trustee Fred Schambeck, who was just mentioned. He unfortunately did pass away just recently here. I grew up in the Lowell district, and Fred joined that board in 1983. So I was a young guy. I remember him very well as one of our trustees. His youngest daughter was my age, my grade growing up. So I've known the Schambecks virtually my entire life. And yeah, so a complete institution in Lowell for 35 years. He was the Citizen of the Year for our city of La Habra. His wife, Beverly, actually works as a librarian at the junior high school, Rancho Starbuck. And anyway, so it's a very sad that we did lose Fred, and I'd ask if we could adjourn in his memory.
Thank you.
So I will go over the FAQ that I created. It's in everybody's package. We're gonna have to make a little bit of change to it. Hopefully everybody got a chance to look at it. It's pretty vanilla, pretty benign. If you do have any questions, now's the time. The areas that will be changed will be question number 2. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. And question number 3. So there'll be some change about the actual physical accommodations. But otherwise, this is something we talked about the last meeting that we're going to put on our website so people can use this and go to it.
If there are any suggestions or changes, when do you want those? As soon as, like yesterday?
For you, Becky, I will give.
Till tomorrow.
When do we need to do this? By Friday? You
By
think?
Friday.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Okay,
You
so
can add to
day
it.
before yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can add to it. Take it away.
I just haven't had a chance to go through it the whole, so,
Okay. Okay. Very good. That's all I was going to talk about here under board comments.
Just one item that, I know you asked me if I had any input on this, and I didn't, but then I did get a question from folks at Rossmore with regards to, as people are coming to attend, and because anticipation and the fact that so much information has been circulated, is there a possibility the board would entertain some type of pre-registration or handing out tickets or doing something because of crowd control? And I said that I would have conversation with the board with regards to that because the way that we typically do things, people line up and then first come, first serve type of thing.
That's a great question. We thought about that as the executive committee, but then we thought that there may be some legal impediments and roadblocks along the way. Mr. Rowland, the question was, if we can get you up to the dais, the question was, can we at the special board meeting have tickets or registration? What were you envisioning?
I really wasn't envisioning, is they asked the question, we just kind of threw out different, and I hadn't researched it either because it just came up in conversation the last couple of days, but they were saying, how are we going to admit people into the forum? And I said, well, they just come and they line up and we let them in. And they said, well, what if we have, a lot of people, or, in terms of what time they start lining up and that type of thing. And it was also something that was raised by Orange County Sheriff's Department too, because of the fact that they need to ensure safety and security for, both property and individuals.
Certainly, and thank you for having me to the dais to answer a question I have no idea. And you can tell by the look on my face that I was ill-prepared to answer this question, but I can just safely say that I've never been to a public meeting where there were tickets and registration. I mean, this is a special board meeting. And we have the discretion, as I've explained to you before, to comport the meeting in the way we see as best. So we can give them guidance on when to line up and how to line up and single file and boy, girl, whatever you want. But but I don't know anything about registration or tickets or anything like that. It may be within our discretion. If you want me to research the boy-girl thing, I'll do it.
I think I'd prefer to just leave it as a typical board meeting format.
Yeah, it's a special public meeting, so the Brown Act will tell us how to do that.
Yeah, and I think we can choose a time to let people line up, whether that's, an hour before, 2 hours before, but I'd like to keep it in the typical format.
Would you be in charge of that, Nina?
Apparently.
Well, I would just like to suggest if we do that people do not save places in line if you're there, and whatever the time is, an hour before or whatever, that people don't save spaces, because somebody that's, towards the end of the line and then somebody else gets in front of them, that's not fair to someone who is still within the 300 or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's short of a spouse or something like that. I think that's
Well,
reasonable.
no, I don't think so. I think it should be, if you're there, you're there. But saving a spot, that kind of disenfranchises somebody who, was within that original number, and then you have people cutting in front of them. That's not right either.
And that continues to be a challenge, even here. I
Yeah.
mean, because we'll have people, and they'll let people know as they're like, I'm holding 5 spots, or I'm holding, and then people ask us, and we're not controlling that, but it is,
Well,
I
and
know
that's the-
people do get upset about that,
Yeah.
or they'll say they came and they thought they couldn't do certain things, and then all of a sudden 10 people are coming in. I think it happens at concerts, it happens everywhere. So I mean, that is a reality.
It happens
that
at the movies.
For, crowd control, it's a challenge unless you have somebody who is, out there the whole time with the crowd and ensuring that people line up however it's envisioned. So I'm not sure how we would be able to, I agree in concept, but I'm not sure how you'd be able to enforce it.
Well, as people line up, you give them a number. And so somebody cannot cut in line because you've already given those numbers. Because I've gotten the same feedback where people have said that they've come here and then they don't get in because other people have saved spots. And that's not fair to those people that did try to come and line up properly.
I totally agree. And the conversation kind of goes into item number 18, if you can give me the pleasure as president to go into this, because are we going to have the same seating arrangement here? Can we put more seats and hold closer to the 150, 200 capacity?
Well, the 150 capacity was if we did theater seating throughout, and I didn't capture tables and so forth for speakers. So you would take away some of that just from the standpoint of having the
Right.
panelists. And so,
We're just going to have 5 people right here, 10 feet in front of us.
okay.
Yeah.
Do we even 10 feet in front of us? I would say put them right in front, you know. Just put
Yeah.
'em right there.
Well, we can talk
Yeah,
about that
yeah.
later, which is the segue to another question. We don't know how many people are going to come. Based upon the interest in this topic matter, one of the reasons why the executive committee wanted to go to a larger venue such as Rossmore was the fact that that is a pretty good venue that can hold up to 500 people. Not that I expected 500 people. I'm sort of thinking it would be around 250, 300, and that's a guess. It certainly is a guess. But can we set up chairs and videos outside under a tent? So, because if we only can accommodate 150, I suspect we're going to have another 150 that will want to see what's happening here. Can we do that?
Anything is possible. The challenge with that is safety and security.
Right.
Because as things are occurring in here, then what is occurring outside. And if you're going to do that, Costa Mesa PD and the Orange County Sheriff's Department have already told us that we should not use this area out here anymore. Years ago we used that area and that was our overflow, and it wasn't a challenge. But the climate has changed in America. And so as a result of when they walked the facility with us, then they were concerned with people being on this side of the gate.
Yeah.
So if you're talking about, can we set something up out front? Certainly we could set something up out front, but then that's going to impact parking. And it's also going to mean you're going to have security that is out there to ensure that that crowd is peaceful and not doing anything. And it also will impact restroom, people trying to come in to use the restrooms and all of those things along with it, which I believe if we have a certain number outside, then we might have to order portable restrooms to be outside to accommodate that as well. So when I say anything is possible, it's how far do you want to go and what that means in terms of the takeaways. Because if now people are having to park on the street or outside of the street, then we're still going to have additional law enforcement here. And I don't know what that number is. I know some of the concern is based on the document we received from Captain Knutson on what they're envisioning and what they would be sharing with Rossmore related to security. But what he indicated to me on the phone is part of that is because that's a residential area. And so in business areas, then they look at how they secure that area differently because they don't have as many individual properties and the number of individuals coming in and out, and also the entrances to all the different streets and the connections and so forth. And so they built a worst case scenario based on, what they would need in case something catastrophic happened. And because of where Los Alamitos is in terms of being in the northern section, if they had to get additional resources because of traffic and freeway and getting response there, it would be difficult. And so I think, as we all saw, they've overstated numbers, or at least it appears that numbers have been overstated to ensure the safety of that area. Down here, because we're in a business park, certainly it's less, but is that half of what we're seeing? Because it would still be what they consider a special event. I don't know. And so I'd have to research that with both Costa Mesa PD who has jurisdiction of this area, and Orange County Sheriff, who we contract with for your interior security.
So if I can get a consensus for the board, Lisa, you're out there, please speak up. I would like to ask the board to consent to having an outside venue with the appropriate audio visual and a tent or something that would accommodate 100 to 150 people.
This is outside of our building on August 24th.
Right. Only because I'm thinking there's going to be about 300 people here. If we can only accommodate 150.
Now,
We're obliterating a lot of parking out there, right?
And also, I don't know, because you're saying screens and audio visual, we could get sound out there. I don't know in terms of connectivity for the screens and being able to stream it out there. That I'd have to, in terms of media on where they'd have to connect in and so forth. That's not my area of.
Right.
I'd have to look into that.
So we have to get media to do that.
Well, we'd also have to check to see the capabilities of being able to do that. We haven't set screens up outside to project anything. We've done sound, but we have not done, if you're trying to project what's going on in here, out there, I don't know how that works.
Yeah, the main concern is to accommodate the people that have a sincere interest in this event. And one of the discussions that we'll have in a few moments is the executive committee is going to make a recommendation that we change the venue from Rossmore for both the July and the August to having it here. And there are reasons for that we'll get into. But it's going to be very cost prohibitive to go to Rossmore because of exactly the same reasons that Nina was talking about. The other potential that we were looking at, because I've been to a couple of the Rossmore Special District meetings, and they're very contentious meetings. And I was there representing us to share with them our vision about this meeting. And it was quite obvious that there was a good percentage of the people local there that didn't want to have a whole lot of crowds in their community. Not that they haven't done that before, because they've had events that have had up to 3,000 people, but they just didn't want the risk of having groups that will be potentially confrontational. Hope not. God, hopefully that will never happen. But those two facilities, Rossmore and Yorba Linda, that we're going to talk about, probably are not going to be workable for us. The Yorba Linda, I talked with Captain Martino about 5 hours ago, and he was asking me questions about it, and I shared with him a little bit about what's going on with Rossmore, and he said, yes, Captain Knutson was telling me about it, and I go, or he said to me, well, if you think that's expensive, just come to Yorba Linda, because that's going to be more expensive, the way we handle it, because they've had confrontations in the past. So one of the, we're kind of actually getting into it now for item number 18, President, is the change of venue. I would like to make the motion to move the venue back here to the County Department of Education for those 2 dates. And with the proviso that if we can, open up a few more seats, create the opportunity for people who can't make it inside to be able to watch it from another part of our parking lot.
I've received a lot of feedback about whether or not the meeting was going to be on YouTube or Zoom like these meetings, because people felt like there was going to be too big of a crowd. And they would drive all the way here and then not be able to get in. And so I think it's a good choice to do it here where we have the audio visual so that people can view the meeting, because it's not going to be public input, but they just want the information. So I think this is a good choice.
And it will be Zoom from
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Actually, the Rossmore Community Center, I don't know if you've been there, but it is absolutely incredible. It has everything. It's a beautifully designed facility, and it can hold up to, 500?
700. It's actually tagged for 700.
Really?
They usually don't put more than 5 because of the stage, but they are, I think they're they're, you know, how the fire department, they can have 700 in there.
Yeah, so going back to the original resolution that, that we approved to have the community forums, we put the Orange County Board of Education or another facility. So in making my motion to bring it back here, that's very consistent with what we voted for before. So
I'll second it.
My only suggestion, and I've just had this in my mind, serving on the Orange County Transportation Authority Board of Directors, that board meeting, that boardroom, I don't know the exact capacity, it's probably 3 times what this room is, with all the good audio visual. It's right in central Orange County. I don't know if you've been there.
How's the parking there?
There's a big parking structure as well. So that is just in my mind, something that could work, but.
At this point, we're less than 3 weeks
We're
away.
a little short on time, I understand,
Yeah.
so.
No, I think bringing it back here, I think is the
All right.
right choice.
Yeah, okay, so we have a motion, a second.
I think I have one thing to add. Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
yes, we can hear you.
Oh, the one thing I wanted to add is, I just wanted to add, as we make the decision, I've been most concerned about families who need accommodation, you know, whether it's giving a ticket, you know, people have to drop off their family member, you know, near the front. So for those kinds of reasons, keeping it at the Board of Education might be a better way to accommodate, and also because the technology would also help families who need accommodation who aren't able to get here. So I just wanted to throw that out there as you make your decision.
Thank you, appreciate it. How many can we fit in here if we maximize our capacity? That's it?
And that's the fire code.
Yeah.
Fire code is
That's the
150?
fire code, yeah.
How many seats are in here today?
They're not, they're spaced
Yeah.
more. There's not 150 in here.
How many?
79.
So we can double the capacity?
Yeah, because look at the chairs are all spaced
Yeah.
apart. They're, you
Yeah,
know,
there's big
8
aisles.
to 10 inches apart.
And they're set pretty far back as well.
That's because we had a hearing.
Right, no, I'm just saying that when, in real time, we can have them much closer. Okay.
You have a motion, second, you have to vote.
Okay, so all those in favor of moving it to the Orange County Board of Education?
With the proviso of seeing if it's logistically capable of setting up more seating outside.
Yes, yeah, we'd like to
I
research
have
doing
that
that.
note. I'll get back to you with regards to,
Oh,
because
okay.
I'll have to have IT and media look at that, and then I'll respond to you all.
Okay.
And it doesn't have to be an extraordinary amount, but I think just if we could gain a little more capacity, and so that we're not, as Trustee Shaw said, not taking up too much parking. I don't want to eliminate all the parking to have more people out there, but if we can somehow, you know, I know I've seen events out there where, you know, the parking is kind of, you know, just put up some cones and make a small area, perhaps.
If we identify space out there, and we tell people that there will be space out there, then people will just come. And so that's not, I mean, I don't think it, when you're saying try to limit it so it's not a large space,
Well, I just meant, I didn't want to take the whole parking lot. I don't want to, you know, ruin the parking situation, but if we could, I don't know, put another 50, 100 people out there without really,
How many?
I don't know, 50 or 100?
No, no.
Oh, I thought you said 1,500.
No, 100. If we could put another 100 out there.
You're on the roof.
Yeah. I'll put 1,500 out there, and then we'll rent a parking structure.
Okay, so we vote.
Yes, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Dr. Sparks?
Aye.
Becky?
That was
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so
Yes.
5-0, it passes.
Couple minutes.
Excuse me?
Couple minutes. Want me to make the motion?
Sure.
Okay, I'll make the motion for item number 13, for the approval of the minutes from the June 2nd meeting.
I had a correction, and I gotta find it. What item was that? 13? I don't have 13.
13 is at the top of page 4.
They're the opposite way, okay.
Oh. It was at the beginning like it's
Yes, it
supposed
was,
to be.
yeah, that's where I got confused. Just on page 7 of the minutes under closed session 2, item number 1, where it says the board approved the following.
under item 1, where it records the vote, Williams, Sparky, Sparks, and Shaw voted yes, and then it should be Gomez voted no. So my name was just not put in there.
Ah, okay.
That was the only correction.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to number
Don't have to
6.
vote for it.
Oh, I'm sorry. All those in favor?
Aye.
Dr. Sparks?
Aye.
All right, so it passes
Aye.
5-0. Moving on to number 16.
No, 14.
14.
Oh, sorry, 14.
I'll make the motion for number 14.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Dr. Sparks?
Can you read 14? I can't see it currently.
It's just the approval of
What is it?
granting of the diplomas. The approval
Oh,
of
yes,
granting.
yes, aye.
Okay, so that passes 5-0 as well. All right, and we've already done 15, so we'll move on to number 16.
I'd like to make the motion, only because it's getting late here, to lay this on the table for next month. I'd like to look at all of the organizations again and the costs. There was some discussion by Brenda today on SB 217. So I'd like to just lay that on the table for August. So I'll make that motion.
I would second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
For purposes of discussion, are
Aye.
these,
Thank you.
are these due at a particular time?
They,
Usually July 1st?
right, but I mean, they've been carried over before, we could pay them in August.
Okay.
I think the only one, I mean, the CCBE, because you're attending something later this month,
Yes.
we would tell them the check's in the mail.
Okay.
Could
Oh,
you?
good, I could get booted out of that conference, so.
Could you also, in August, put the organization and the costs associated
It's on
with
page
it?
It's on-
35.
Yeah,
Yep, it is in here.
page 37.
Yeah, so will you just put it back in the agenda, in the booklet for next month?
35?
Yep, it is there.
Okay, I missed that. Okay. Yeah, I'd like to take more time to look at this.
And
as
then
I-
37 is the actual conferences, depending on who attends, obviously.
All right, so we have agreed, Becky, did you vote on that? I think
And
everyone
we
agreed.
included all of them again, even though last year you didn't do NSBA. There were some that you left.
Right.
We included all the ones from previous.
Okay, so last year we took out NSBA, and what, didn't we also take out one of the ones at the top? I thought we had taken out the ACSA.
AXA, you took out AXA.
Okay, so
Yeah.
this was taken out. Was there anything else taken out?
Those are the only two I remember from memory. I'm not sure if you did the Education Legal Alliance. You did do CSBA and CCBE.
Maybe it would be helpful for what we took out last time, is maybe just get a quick
Put it-
summary.
I can put an asterisk next to those.
Yeah.
And if I remember correctly, the CSBA, that's a package deal. We're not allowed to break up that amount, that 20,000, or am I remembering that
Correct.
correctly? Okay, so these cannot be broken up. Okay. Okay, so have we now all voted to lay this on the table? I think, Becky, we were just waiting for your vote on that. I think everyone else was an aye.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I
Okay.
just wanted to be sure that there was no due date that was
Okay.
pending.
Okay, so we laid that on the table until August, and then we are going to look at 17. Is that one that we can go ahead and do this time?
Well,
Not
that-
sure how you would do that.
Yeah, you
if
can't do
haven't
that
approved
because you've
Okay.
got.
Participation.
Yeah,
Okay.
like NSBA is in September, and that's one of the ones that was questionable last time.
Wasn't it decided, though, that we could still attend the conference even if we didn't pay the dues? It would just be,
At the higher rate.
Right.
Yeah, higher rate, yeah.
but,
The non-member rate. And
right,
So I don't know what that, we'd have to check to see.
Can you also let us
every-
know that, the non, because here we're paying almost $13,000, and if just one person is going and the non-member rate is an extra 500, we just probably shouldn't pay it.
Right.
I think that's why we came to that decision last year, is the non-member rate was not that high.
Correct.
So if you could let us know the difference, that would be wonderful.
Well, and also what benefits we're getting, whether it's newsletters or,
Yeah, I remember it was magazines for sure, that I remember.
well, that or training or something, you know. I think that we should have a clear picture of that. So you want to lay on the table then 17 as well?
Yes, 16 and 17. All right, so we'll vote on 17. All those in favor, or do I need a second to do that, to lay 17 on the table?
Do we have a second? I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor of laying 17 on the table?
All right.
Aye.
Dr. Sparks?
Aye.
Okay,
Next
Aye.
speaker.
all right. Moving on to number 18. We already did
did
that,
that.
so we're done.
Do we have an official vote on that one?
I think we
to
did,
change it?
5-0.
Okay.
Yeah, we voted 5-0 on that. Okay.
We just went so out of order, I was just
I know.
confused.
I know. So I think one of our last items here is number 19, which actually I put forth. And this one is called the Board of Education Resolution on Healthy Children. This is something that Assemblyman Kevin Kiley put together for some of the boards of supervisors across the state, and encouraged it to be adjusted for education or others. And so I just went through and customized it for us. And I think everyone has had a chance to read it. Is there any discussion on it?
I would like to get this electronically so that I can look at the citations. Some of these citations are so long, I would probably mistype them and never, because I couldn't get to all the citations.
All right, so it's important that you read all the citations?
Yeah, I want to know why we're saying what we're saying, since we're referencing all sorts of other countries.
All right, do I need a motion to?
So are you, so since you're the one who introduced this, are you gonna make the motion?
I guess if I have to, I'd like to
Well,
just
that's-
pass it.
That's traditional.
All right.
So and I'll second it.
All right,
And we can talk about it and vote on it if you want to.
all right, so I will make a motion to lay it on the table for next month,
You wanna do that?
or make a motion to pass it. I mean, is there, does everybody feel like they need to see the citations? Tim, is that something you are feeling like you need to see the citations for that? No?
No, I'm sure that's fine.
All right, well, then I would.
It's gonna be up to you.
Yeah, all right, then I'd like to make the motion to go ahead and pass the resolution, is the motion I'd like to make. I'd like to
I seconded that already.
Okay,
Okay.
all right, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Dr. Sparks?
Aye.
And, any opposed?
Did you hear me? I'm going to oppose it, but I'd still like to get an electronic copy.
Okay, we'll do that. Nina, can you send her the electronic? Okay. So that passes 4-1, and the only thing I asked is, it looks like there's a couple areas where maybe we could just remove some of the space in it, if possible. There were a few gaps under number 9. And the other thing I'd like to do, if Dr. Williams doesn't mind, is I'd like to put my name on it since I put it forth, if that's all right with you?
You'll get a copy for next meeting to sign, yeah.
Okay.
I am going to leave the meeting.
The resolution was included today for your signature. Do you want it to be brought back next month for Mary's signature?
Yeah, why don't we do that? I'm gonna leave. I lasted all of COVID and the pandemic, didn't get anything, but now I got this terrible head cold. And I'm just really uncomfortable, so I'm
right.
gonna take off. Thank you all.
Thank you for
Okay.
staying as long as you did.
Okay.
You don't want your water, your mask, anything, no?
I have water.
All right.
Nobody's going to want to touch that.
Yeah. All right, so, let's see. Renee, time certain, we did that, yes?
No.
No,
No,
we
we
have
did
not
not.
done that, okay.
Says good afternoon, but it should be good evening, I think,
Yes.
at this point, right? President Barkey, members of the board, thank you for allowing the superintendent to conduct this hearing for public input into the CSA proposal to the superintendent for the 2021-22 school year. And so,
Yes.
at this time, I'd like to open the public hearing and invite any members of the public to comment on the CSEA proposal for the 21-22 year. Hearing no comments, I'd like to close the public hearing at this time. Next, members of the board, I'd like to thank you for allowing the superintendent to conduct this public hearing for the public input into the superintendent's proposal. The superintendent's proposal to CSCA for the 21-22 year, and we're handing out the hard copies of that proposal. At this time, I'd like to open the public hearing and invite any members of the public to comment on the OCDE proposal for 21-22. Hearing no comments, I'd like to close the public hearing at this time. Thank you. I turn that back to you, President Barton.
Thank you. Okay, we are now at staff recommendations. Approve the submission of the College and Career Preparatory Academy into the DAS program.
Is anybody gonna present or? No. Okay.
So do we need any,
We need a motion, we need action on it.
okay, I will make,
This is so that they can, they do an alternative. This is for them to apply for an alternative process for their
Testing.
testing, excuse me.
Okay.
Thank you. And the backup is on page 46 through 49.
okay,
I'll move the item.
okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Dr. Sparks?
Aye. Aye. I wanna go to bed, is what you're saying.
So that's 4-0 with Dr. Williams gone now. And is that,
Public comment.
let's see, is that, is that the end of it, number 4? Yes, okay. No public comment? Any public comment?
None.
Hearing none, do we have a motion to adjourn?
Please.
Especially since the air conditioning went off? Even I noticed that. I rarely notice that. All right. Okay. Yes, thank you. We are so adjourned.